Friendship.
The drama and awkwardness about getting paid back.
Clear communications and expectations are key.
Ultimately, it is a judgment call, but a big part of it is you never want to lend more than you can afford to lose.
I'm Rob Hart.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
250 years have gone into building this great nation. Iron, brick, and stone forming its foundations. Wires carrying the lifeblood of electricity. And pipes delivering the water to our cities. Behold the strength and scale of American infrastructure. But it only takes a minute for some uninformed homeowner with a shovel to shut it all down. Electricity off. Running water non-existent. And that sewage ain't going nowhere now. Gee, thanks, Bill. Know what's below. And contact PA1 Call before you dig. Visit PA1Call.org.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When it comes to avoiding roofing problems this summer, go with the real deal. Impriano Roofing, Siding, Windows, and Doors. Family owned and operated for over 50 years. One of the only roofing companies still run by the original family. They're the experts in the industry, no comparison. And Jack Impriano stands behind every job 100%. Experience, integrity, that's the real deal. Call 610-644-4444 for your free estimate today. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Here's something you don't hear every day. Employee pricing for everyone. For a limited time only this July, Closet Factory Philadelphia is opening its employee pricing event to everyone. That means incredible savings on custom closets, garages, pantries, home offices, and more. If you've been waiting to organize your home, now's the time. Employee pricing is available this July for a limited time only. Book your free design consultation today at closetfactory.com. That's closetfactory.com.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Lockridge, and I'm the host of a new podcast from Odyssey called Family Lore. In this podcast, I'm going to have people on to tell unusual and sometimes far-fetched stories about their families.
I've heard my whole life that she invented the margarita.
And then, we're going to investigate those stories and find out how much of it is true.
He gets a patent 1 month before the Wright brothers. Oh my God.
Please follow and listen to Family Lore, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Anthony Gambone and Denise Gambone from Royersford, Pennsylvania. With the market near record highs, now's the time to become part of the Crash Proof family.
You're guaranteed to not lose any principal, and you're cheering the stock market to go up because it means you make more money.
That's the beauty of the crash-proof system. I've made money, and I haven't paid for anything. You secure your nest egg, then it's compounded the next year. There is real growth.
Since Tony and I came to Crash Proof Retirement, we have made a substantial amount of money. And if you live in the Limerick, Linfield, Phoenixville area, come out to the Crash Proof event at the Copperfield Inn. You will not be disappointed to see what Crash Proof Retirement has to offer.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, July 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oh, so much going on today. I think my favorite story of the day was the battle over the birds, taking out the Canada geese in the Abington Birds. I don't know. That's got to be a top one, Dan Borowski.
Yeah, you think so?
Good Monday morning.
Good Monday.
I mean, Dan is always, you don't see him really or hear from him, but he's the man behind the big 3 videos. So thank you, Dan.
Got some screen time today.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, I love the way you did that with the. I don't know if you're not watching us. What he did was he was showing the video, and then he had us in the corners.
You like that?
We were I like that.
All right, noted.
Nobody else noted it.
Who was on my profile changing stuff again?
Who's on his profile changing
Gosh
stuff?
darn it!
I have no idea.
It's so frustrating.
I know.
Sorry. How are you today?
I'm good.
Yeah?
Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
The smoke is cleared.
Yeah.
Finally. Now, did you
Beautiful day today.
It's gorgeous out. Yeah. Enjoy it today because we do have humidity and storms returning at some point tomorrow.
Grilled out a sirloin last night. Got to stand outside and not inhale.
Nice.
Yeah. Toxic fumes.
Nice.
Beautiful.
And so were you were not at where were you at the comedy, the Shane Gillis
I had a couple
concert?
friends there. My friend went, yeah. Quite an event, huh?
Crazy.
I wish I were there. I kind of looked at it. I was like, I don't really want to go see this guy do comedy for, I don't know. I used to work at a comedy shop in Atlantic City. So I've kind of been like overblown with stand-up comedy for the longest time.
I think
so. I can't sit and watch a Netflix comedy special.
Well, I know that, as far as Shane Gillis, which you have a tie because you've met him, right?
Yeah.
Can you talk about this yet?
Yeah. Tires season 3 comes out August 13th. I was lucky enough to get cast in that, just as like a throwaway thing. I got to meet Shane, and it was a really cool experience. But I'll have 2 scenes in the upcoming season of Tires. Well,
nice.
I say that like I have lines. No, I'm in the background of 2 scenes.
But that's cool.
Moseying around and working on cars.
That's awesome.
Well, thank you.
So we got that going on.
I do highly suggest the show. It's a lot of fun. Well, I highly suggest it if you like that kind of crude, stupid humor.
It's just silly.
That Shane Gillis is very well known for.
It's just humorous.
Yes.
Just silly.
Yeah, it's silly stupidness.
It's like a tire store based in Pennsylvania.
You like it, right?
I do.
Yeah.
My sons and I watch it together.
Good. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe Larry Bear, my husband's a little too sophisticated. I don't know. He doesn't really.
Yeah. Larry's rolling his eyes at it.
I don't even know that. We love it.
Yeah. My mom tuned in. She's like, yeah, I'll check it out. It's cool that you're, on this Netflix show. And then
how cool is that?
She's like, yeah,
it's
a great show, Dad. Sure. Yeah.
So we'll remind you so we'll all have to watch together and then we can talk about it the next day.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
It'd be fun.
When I make my embarrassing face at the camera.
I think it's cool.
3 episodes later, show up in the background.
So, this is comedian Shane Gillis. I know that we said it in the 6 a.m. early, but
did you guys play any clips from last night?
No, we didn't play any clips.
If you want
he broke 2 world. Yeah, let's do it. We broke 2 world records at Lincoln Financial Field. Wow. Largest audience for a comedian. Technically, it was just under 74,000, but the most tickets sold because they sold 77,000. So most tickets sold for a comedian. And then Dave Chappelle, Meek Mill, Jason Kelsey, Cooper DeJean. So there were some Philadelphia Eagles. Eagles.
Yeah, here's your
Jordan Mailata.
Your Kelsey moment, which is
Kelsey.
pretty awesome.
Look at that. Crazy. It's kind of still hazy because that was Friday night, right?
Yeah.
So it was still kind of hazy, but they did not cancel it. That was pretty cool. And then what about the
Did
intro?
they keep the
What?
Phillies game Friday night just so they had an excuse to keep the Shane Gillis thing?
Maybe.
I'm sorry, my conspiracy mind's going there. But didn't they cancel it on Saturday? Even though it was lesser on Saturday? All right, never mind.
Oh, that's
Maybe
true.
We should move on.
Good point.
Yeah, nope.
Conspiracy theorist.
I know.
Dan Borowski.
I have Chappelle and I have the Gillis intro. You can't really hear much because they're all crowd videos, but just the amount of camaraderie, excitement in the crowd, I guess you can hear. Here's the Chappelle when he's coming up on stage. It's an enormous audience. So really what you just see is on the big Titantron, Chappelle, you see him walking there. But he was a surprise, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't think they knew that. That was pretty cool.
And Gillis's intro, he used a Philadelphia motif.
Shane. Look at this. Standing ovation.
And what you see on the big Titantron screen is Phillies highlights, Eagles highlights, Philadelphia sports.
Because he's a Pennsylvania guy.
Yep. Just historical sports interspersed with pictures of Shane coming up.
Shane.
Video of Shane chugging a beer alongside Stone Cold Steve Austin.
What a thrill.
And now they show Shane on the big screen. One of those FOMO events, man. I do wish I were
This is
there.
awesome.
Yeah, just...
What a thrill to be a hometown guy, and to be at the link with the setting a Guinness Book of World Records, largest audience for any comedian ever. I mean, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, what a thrill for him. Congratulations, Shane
70,000
Gillis.
plus. Like, can you imagine? It's nuts.
I would imagine. He got a little bit of butterflies. That's your home. That's your home.
Yeah.
And
how could you not?
Standing ovation. Two things. One, I'll say, looking at the crowd and knowing that he's a guy who's, let's just say, conservative friendly or Trump friendly, right? You'll notice the crowd, I would say mostly, you tell me, Dan, mostly more male than female.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
White guys, more white dudes. The demographic probably I would say 20 to 35 ish.
Well, I mean,
demographics.
I mean, who did Bud Light call to try to repair their image first after the whole Dylan scandal or whatever her name was? His name. It was Shane Gillis. It was Shane. I mean, I think he has his primary audience is definitely the conservative young male audience. But what is special about Shane Gillis that other people don't have is he can, like my best friend that went to this, his fiance is a hardcore leftist. She loves Shane Gillis. Yeah. He can appeal to both sides, which is big for conservatives. So we should be using this as a tool, as a cultural sway.
You probably you can't. So if you are, let's say, a Republican, you could not pay this guy enough to do any kind of promotion for you.
Yeah.
Right? If I'm Ryan McKenzie, if I'm Congressman Ryan McKenzie in a tough battle because he's probably, if not one of the, top Republican, to turn the House, right, campaigns right now that's happening in America. If I'm Congressman Ryan McKenzie, you can't pay him enough to make an appearance or be in an ad for you. Couldn't pay him enough.
1,000%.
Right? He's the man.
He gets casuals out too. I mean, the moderate that kind of leans to the right, that's not going to go out and vote. These are the types of people you want out there vouching for your party.
Yep. Now, I don't know, would he do that?
No, that's the problem.
See,
he's making way too much money playing the fence, ride in the fence.
But if you could somehow, I don't know, if you're that candidate and you could get him to do an endorsement, that would be huge.
Yeah.
It would be big.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. The other thing is, another, this is just like a little trivia about him. He's Elon, where my teenage son David goes.
Mm-hmm.
He's an Elon universe. He went to Elon first, but then he was like kicked out of Elon.
Wow, really?
Mm-hmm.
So he's a smart dude.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So there's that.
Uh-huh.
So.
Wow.
David, you could try to be like him, except I don't want you to get kicked out or drop out or anything like that. I'm not sure if he got kicked out or he dropped out. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but
I'm looking it up. It's kind of unclear. It says he was asked to leave.
Eek.
Why?
So
he wasn't kicked out. He was asked to leave.
He was asked to leave, which basically it's not good. But
yeah.
I'm just saying.
Neglecting his studies while playing for the football team.
So he did play some football there.
Okay. Returned home, attended community college, began washing dishes before eventually pursuing the career.
See? So good for you, Shane Gillis. Proud American. No, I mean, how cool is it, though, to have that kind of a welcome home?
Yeah.
And probably on his bucket list.
I mean, I'll go inside baseball. It's corny, but the guy's bringing industry here to the area, too. A lot of times people will kind of leave their home, go to Hollywood, set up a shop on, the Paramount lot, or then they'll do their show out there. But what he did here, and it's really cool because it's talked about a lot in the SAG-AFTRA union, is he makes a requirement to use local help. He wants to employ Philadelphians, people from this area. So he actually offers preference to people from this area when he's casting, when he's getting, and you got to think when you're doing a Netflix show, that's a big, big crew. So you're employing a good amount of people that he's bringing here to the Philadelphia region. That's kind of a thank you, a payback for everything we've done for him. He's a good guy, good local guy, conservative slant. I'm happy to see him sell out Lincoln Financial. What a night.
Shane, good guy, Gillis. Love him. My sons love him. Can't wait. So Dan Borowski, your big spotlight moment. And when is it again?
August 13th.
August 13th. We'll give you the
I don't
heads
want to pump
up
it up
again,
too much because it's going to be I feel like 15 cumulative seconds between two episodes.
I don't care.
No, there's Dan. Oh,
Well, first of all,
he's gone.
I was excited for Tires anyway, but now I'm super excited.
Yeah.
So we'll have to have.
Where's Waldo?
We should have a watch party or something. We should do this. It'd be fun. Seriously.
I don't know.
Come on.
For all I know, the scenes were cut out.
Is that possible?
Yeah.
You think you were cut out?
I don't know.
That would be hysterical, though, wouldn't it?
So one of the women that was a extra help on the set, similar to I, was called in for a scene that I was in. Sorry, I used it wrong. I tried using it appropriately for once, and I got it wrong. And she was upgraded to lines, and I feel like when they upgrade the one to speaking lines and upgrade their part, it's a good chance they're going to want to keep that in. I would hope. Because they're paying more money, so
you never know.
Hopefully that protects that scene. I don't know. We'll see.
I'll bet you that we might have to, but we're definitely on the 14th. We got to go through it. You know what I mean? We got to show, because right after the fact, we can show a little snippet of your big debut.
I'll definitely.
Dan's
show it,
debut with Shane Gillis on Tires, August 13th.
Hey, Bill, were you there at Shane Gillis? Give me your review. I'm just curious. Bill Kornfeld, former producer, is in the chat. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Bill. With twins.
I don't know how the hell he's doing
Wow.
it.
That's a lot. We
One
love
and
you.
I'm overwhelmed.
We miss you, Bill.
We got to take a break.
I know. Quick break. Give Kornfeld the love. He's got twins. And you remember, we were here, Bill, during the pandemic, right, Dan? Ugh.
Yep.
During the shutdown years. Oy, oy, oy. We lived through it. We survived.
I think Bill had a room here during that time.
I know, right? Dawn Show continues right after this. No, we should do something fun with.
Hi, I'm Paul Cozy from Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. At Cozy, we design every piece ourselves, right here, family owned, and with the quality you deserve. People always ask me, Paul, does custom cost more? And I always say no. What costs more is settling for something that won't last. When you work with me directly, you get a piece you'll treasure for generations. Come step up to the 5th C at Cozy Jewelers. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
PNC Bank prides themselves on being boring, but the truth is they couldn't be more excited about serving our great region. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly planted the seeds to sprout brilliant results for equally brilliant clients. As fans themselves, they love your passion for winning. That's why they have dedicated teams across Greater Philadelphia ready to do the boring work to help set you up for success. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40, and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph. Or visit McCulloughsAutoRepair.com.
From Chester Springs to Clemington, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
To follow up on something, we showed you the Kensington Cam, which is a live camera, which gets huge views. Subscribers, I think, exceed more than 100,000 people across the country. And it's sad. But in all seriousness, just to follow up on the story that I had brought to you earlier, Philadelphia police say they're still searching for 2 men who police believe were preying on the quote-unquote, unsheltered or homeless community, however you want to say that, after shooting a man, killing a dog. And this happened in Kensington last night. That's when it all began, about 11 o'clock last night. Philadelphia police say the victim and his dog were shot. And this happened inside one of those so-called, homeless encampments where they lived. This was a vacant lot, 2400 block of Kensington Ave under the L train. And so the detectives, so sad. And the detectives are talking about the fact that these victims, they're easy targets. You know why? Because, first of all, they might have some cash or drugs on them, right? They're easy targets because they're moving in slow-mo if you look at what kind of drugs they're on. So they're defenseless. It's horrifying. And that's why, in all seriousness, enabling these kinds of encampments and saying that we should do this, if you've never seen The Wire, it's one of the best shows, I think, series ever done. But it's still relevant because what you figure out is enabling these kinds of encampments, all you're doing is supersizing the problem, the drug problem, the crime problem, the victimization problem. What else? I mean, the list goes on, right? You're not solving anything. And so to say that it's kinder, no, it's not the answer. And other countries have proved this. Even in the Scandinavian countries, they've done huge studies on this. No, to give people needles or condoms and think, oh, we're just going to put them all in one encampment. No, what you're creating is an estuary for drugs, drug abuse. By the way, violent, sex abuse, all that. It's just a nightmare. Stop it. And then as well, you're also attracting people to that so-called encampment. It's not an encampment. It's nasty. Get people help. Put them in a center. So we got to do that. So Dan is showing you, and this is Kensington Cam.
Guy doing handgun gestures. That's great.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Earlier today, we saw. So I had this on in the corner of my screen because I just happened to stumble upon this morning. But you're seeing people who are on drugs. They're moving in slow-mo. They're drugged. There's this blonde-haired young woman, maybe 20 years young, in yoga pants, and she was rolling around a sidewalk. There was another guy kind of just moving in slow-mo. People might think, maybe they watch this, Dan, because they think it's funny. What'd you say? I'm sorry.
So he's practice fighting out there now. I mean, I think that you're 100% right. I think a lot of people watch it because it is.
But they think it's funny, but it's not.
It's sad. I'm watching this guy, and it's. I don't know. Do you think there's truth to the people that say they should have never closed the asylums?
Well, it goes.
Is that too far to go?
So a lot of people, for whatever reason, blame Ronald Reagan for Ronald Reagan as the president. It was a Supreme Court ruling. That's quite a famous ruling that what happened in the 80s while Reagan was president. It's not that he did something vis-a-vis, executive order, but it was a Supreme Court ruling. In my humble opinion, it should be challenged and revisited. Because I think when you have people doing this level of drugs, they're moving in slow motion, so they are vulnerable to a plethora of things, right? To being a crime victim, to being a rape victim. In this case, you have a dog killed and his owners. This was a guy who was a homeless guy. I don't know who he was. We'll get that information. But according to police, his dog was killed. The dog was trying to protect the community members. You think about that. The poor dog is there trying to protect these people who are just 100% vulnerable because they're on these particular kind of drug. It's just sad. It's bizarre that anybody would fight for this, Dan.
The sad thing is, too, I mean, this dog was probably the owner's only thing he had left in life.
Yep. It's a 3-year-old dog named, this is going to make me cry, Buddy.
Oh,
like, my buddy
gosh.
boy. Oh.
Out of all the names.
I don't know what else I know. It's like this dog so somebody becomes drug addicted. And I don't know. See, and the other thing about this is that we have our military veterans with PTSD and all kinds of things. So they make up part of this community. Just stop. Dan, you make a great point. I do wish that Supreme Court ruling from back in the day would be revisited. Like, if you can prove that it's somebody who's on this trank or whatever and they can't help themselves and they're so vulnerable, it's different because back in the day, in particular, husbands or wives were using it in nasty divorces. So they would commit their, in particular, it was like men, they've got a new, younger, hottie wife candidate. So they're going,
That's
oh yeah,
terrible.
my
Didn't think about that
crazy
implication.
ex-wife, yeah, she's crazy, and they would, put her in an asylum. But there are other ways. I think there are ways to get around that.
Yeah.
I think they should revisit it, because I think this legit just at least commit people so that they get the help they need and get the drug rehab.
100%.
Right?
Yeah. It's sad.
Let us know, 855-839-1210. So we have Surge Philly ahead. We got a lot of breaking news ahead. We got Trump news. We got Shapiro news. We got state, local. Man, it's a busy Monday. Stay right here.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SMART to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SMART to borrow up to $10,000. Use code SMART to borrow up to $10,000.
Keep your savings on track while you make lasting summer memories with the First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account. Earn up to 3% annual percentage yield with a $1,000 minimum balance. And the best part? No withdrawal penalties. Your money's always there when you need it. Want even more ways to save? Check out our Share and IRA certificates too. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or stop by a branch to get started. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
The summer heat means it's that time of year to crank up the AC again. To keep your home cooling more efficiently and help save you on high energy bills, better go Gaida and finally replace your old drafty, inefficient windows and doors at Gaida Door and Window. Right now, Gaida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. You'll receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple pane windows. And you'll receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, get your project started today with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. All prior sales excluded. Minimum purchase required. Don't let these big discounts pass you by. Go Gaida today to take advantage of these limited time savings by calling to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GAIDA or visit them at GoGaida.com. That's GUIDA.com.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com/911story. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com/911story.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph. Or visit McCulloughsAutorepair.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Happy Monday. Dawn Stensland here, 78 degrees. Enjoy the sunshine, lower humidity today because we'll have rounds of possibly severe storms moving in tomorrow for your Tuesday. 84 tomorrow, but a high of 86 degrees. Sunny and comfortable to start the week. Happy Monday. Great to be with you. Dawn Stensland, Dan Borowski, Jimmy Kelly in the house, enjoying the day, and we'll be cherishing the weather for sure. And we always love Mondays because, of course, it's Surge Philly Monday. Frank Scales, Ian McGinnis, as they are always here with us on, or most Mondays, at least.
Well, it's great to be with you. Thank you.
How you guys doing?
The weather is not only beautiful, but it's also a breath of fresh air out there today after a weekend of smoky skies and air.
How long did it take you to that one there?
Yes, smoky skies.
Welcome back, guys.
Yeah.
Yes, it's always great to be back. Had a pretty busy weekend and week. We went to New York City a few times and have some content from New York City.
Ooh. Have you ever hung out in Camden, or excuse me, in Kensington, I should say?
In Kensington?
Kensington.
We've been there. We've been there, but I can't say that we've hung out voluntarily in Kensington.
This morning, I don't know, I stumbled upon this Kensington cam, which has a huge amount of followers and subscribers. It's kind of crazy, but we were talking about that. Anyway, so New York City, yes, Mamdani, were you hanging out with Mayor Mamdani?
We were not hanging out with Mayor Mamdani.
Thankfully.
But we were hanging out with the gubernatorial candidate, Republican governor candidate, Bruce Blakeman.
He is the Trump endorsed candidate, right?
Yes, yes.
Running against Kathy Hochul.
Yes, and he actually did some man on the street videos with us where he spoke to possible constituents and people in Brooklyn.
So what made you want to, talk to Blakeman as far as the governor, a gubernatorial, candidate for governor? And do you think that he could have a positive effect even on New York City if they had sort of a yin and yang, even though they have Mamdani, who's the far left progressive Democrat mayor of New York City, but to have a governor of New York who would be a Republican?
Well, the only person who can impeach a mayor in New York is the governor. Oh. So he holds a unique position of power within New York. The governor does when it comes to Zohran Mamdani's policies. And he also had some pretty interesting economic policies. If you look at Nassau County, they have one of the safest districts, not only in New York, but the country. And Nassau County matters because right now Bruce Blakeman is the county executive for Nassau County in New York. So he's been responsible for a lot of improvements, and he keeps people safe in his community. And I think he could do it in the state of New York, too.
And his big thing is that New Yorkers are being drained dry through their electric bill, and that their electric bill, only about 30% of the cost of the bill actually goes towards energy in the state. And the 70% goes to things like the Green New Scam. It goes towards taxes. It goes to things that aren't New Yorkers' electricity bills. So his platform is he wants to cut electricity bills in half. And it would be interesting to see if he could pull it off.
See, this is what I would love to know if, for example, the candidate for governor here in Pennsylvania, who's the state treasurer, Stacey Garrity, if she started talking about this in very simple ways about our electricity bills, our PICO bills, how I think this is a very effective campaigning tool to just point out to people that all of our electric bills don't have to be this high.
Yes, absolutely.
So you're on the streets of New York City, which is technically, I guess, enemy territory for any Republican candidate.
Yes.
But are you going to show us evidence that maybe voters in NYC could be talked into liking or considering a Republican candidate for governor?
The idea is that you only need about 7 to 8% more of the vote in New York City because you already have a significant Republican presence in Staten Island and across Long Island too. But New York City is without a doubt a Democratic stronghold, and it will always be an uphill battle. But I think if anyone could get it done, it's Trump-endorsed Bruce Blakeman. He could probably pick up a good percentage of votes inside New York City if he continues boots on the ground. And I don't see why he can't take the whole thing from under crooked Kathy Hochul.
And it's very interesting, what he's talking about are issues that affects every New Yorker and person in New York City. Electricity bills, it's super important. Everybody can feel that. And he's talking about that with every person that he speaks to. He's making it a focal point of his campaign. So if anybody can do it in New York, I think it's going to be Bruce Blakeman.
And he's not like this, super traditional buttoned up Republican. He was campaigning and the actual reason for him being out that day was he had a event that was held for him by Dominicans, the Dominican people of New York City, his constituents. So he has a possibility of being able to pitch a pretty big tent, and that's you need that in New York City because it's such a big monster. There's so many different people you need to win over, and I think Bruce Blakeman, he can do it.
Wow. So that's strong statements from Ian McGinnis, Frank Scales, founders of Surge Philly. Make sure you follow them on their TikTok channel, Instagram, Insta, social media. But Dan Borowski, you want to take us through this, our executive producer?
Yeah, my favorite video that you guys sent with Blakeman was going into the grocery store and just straight up asking grocery store owner what he thinks about this socialist grocery takeover that Mamdani's performing up there as he socializes grocery stores.
Yeah,
Take us behind the scenes
takeover.
there. How'd that idea develop?
So we were really just walking around, and I'll be totally honest, one of the issues we were having doing man-on-the-street interviews in that part of Brooklyn was the fact that many people on the street just didn't speak English. And that's obviously a problem, but to work around that, we approached many people, but it was actually Bruce's idea. He wanted to go into the small business, and he wanted to talk to the business owner about their, electricity costs and what they thought about Zohran Mamdani's, attempt to take over grocery stores in New York City.
Feelings on Zohran Mamdani's plan to build city-owned grocery stores that compete with small business. I think it's a terrible idea. How are you?
And he's walking in the grocery store right now.
How do you do?
He's looking for the boss.
Yeah.
Where's the boss? You're the boss? What do you think of city-owned grocery stores competing with guys like you? That's a terrible idea. When I become governor, that won't happen. Because small business is big business in New York State, and they shouldn't compete with you and try to drive you out of business. That's what Zohran Mamdani and Kathy Hochul want to do.
That's what basically the city is doing.
And I won't let it happen. Yeah. Is your electric bill too high?
Yeah.
I know. We have to cut your electric bill. There's a lot of nonsense in your payment. Only 30% of your payment goes for energy. The rest goes for taxes and a scam, the green energy scam. So I can cut your utility bills in half, and that would help quite a bit, wouldn't it?
Of course.
And I'm sure you're overregulated here. Government bothers you constantly. They're on your back.
You get tickets for nonsense, for the sidewalk, all the kind of stuff.
Excellent. All right. Well, I'm going to cut regulations and make it easier for you to do business.
All right.
Nice to meet you, Addison.
Thank you.
Are you going to vote for Bruce Blakeman?
Of course. I'll vote. Keep counting down vote.
Gracias.
Now, how has Zohran Mamdani affected your business?
Well, it's not going well. We're competing basically with the government.
Yep, and that's pretty much the situation in New York City right now.
Yeah.
Is that the government is trying to put small business owners completely out of business and make it harder for them to compete with the big players. And I just want to touch on an important thing is that what Bruce is doing here is he's making himself visible within the urban centers, in the cities. He's getting a pulse point on the ground. And, that was really encouraging to see from a politician who was interested in being on the ground in the cities, which have been neglected by Republicans in terms of get out the vote and canvassing. He said he wants to challenge head on. He wants to go right out into enemy territory. in the Democratic strongholds and meet people where they are. And that's an important thing, because if you can't win the cities, you can't win the cultural centers. And the cities, whether you like it or not, they get talked about the most. And the media markets in the cities will dictate the flow of information in the state too. So if you're a politician and you're trying to win statewide office and you're not on the ground in the cities, you're doing yourself a disservice, and you are probably going to lose.
It'd never work here in Philadelphia, though. Like, do you guys think it would?
Well, look at us. We've had tremendous success by touching on issues people neglected in the cities. And we're not politicians, but whether you like it or not, numbers don't lie.
Yeah.
Another thing, too, is much of the Republican platform, whether that be, safe streets, less illegal immigration, fill the potholes, cut out the waste and bloat, lower taxes, cut regulations. All of this stuff affects small business owners and people who live in cities arguably the most. So I think if Republicans get on the ground and actually start speaking to people in the cities and show that, okay, we might not agree about everything, but as a Republican, I'm willing to show up and I'm willing to at least explain myself and I'm willing to have a conversation with you, I think that would go a very long way. And I think if we can get Stacey Garrity to do that here in Philadelphia, it's going to have an impact. Now, we might not win the cities. We might not get 50% of the vote in the cities as Republicans. But the bottom line is we get anywhere from 12 to 16% of the vote in cities before President Trump. And President Trump brought that number up to like 24%. And that led to a red wave. That led to a Republican presidential candidate winning the popular vote. So we don't need to necessarily win, but we do need to show up, and we need to take more than 20%. We need to take 30%. If we could take 30% of the vote in the cities, the Democrats don't have a chance.
You can't neglect the cities, guys. Can't neglect the cities.
Yeah, and I think to your point that maybe Republican candidates, maybe even a candidate like current treasurer of Pennsylvania, Stacey Garrity, to your point, might be surprised at how many people in certain communities, especially business owners, or ironically, in communities where they're sick and tired of these sanctuary policies, the effect of them, and that would be the Hispanic community.
Yes.
Believe it or not, right? You're finding that the people who are in the people who've come here and they're legally here are endangered by illegals who try to hide within them.
Yeah, you see 100%. That in every minority community. The illegal immigrants are jeopardizing them. They're jeopardizing public safety. We don't know who they are. Many times they are criminals from other countries, and they just by entering the United States illegally, they display and they show that they don't have any respect for the law, and they bring that disrespect for the law to the communities that they live in and hide in, and it's bad for everyone in that community. The problem we have in the Republican Party is that Republicans aren't showing up. They're not speaking to these people. It's almost like Republicans feel that it's not winnable, so it's not worth the time, but that's not correct. If we go into these communities, knock on doors, if we talk to people, it's going to have a good impact. And we don't have to agree on everything. You look in the Republican movement, there's a ton of people who disagree on a bunch of different stuff, but at the end of the day, we could still get together and say, you know what, we love America. We love the West.
Yeah,
we want to see the best for American kids' futures. We want prosperity here. That's something the left can't do. And in these minority communities, many of them love America too, but they need to see that from the Republican Party.
Yeah, and this whole idea that, it'll never work, it's unwinnable, we can't do that, it's just poor as me, because or woe is me, because look at Charlie Kirk and Turning Point when they first started. It's unwinnable, the colleges, we can't get in the colleges, they're totally taken over. But just by showing up, Charlie Kirk had such an impact, and now his cultural impact is undeniable now at this point. And he did shift the culture in the campuses in the right direction. Did he totally turn them red? No, but that can't be the goal. You need to take inch by inch. You need to win inch by inch. And if you show up, that's a great starting place.
Well said. Yeah, have the conversation for sure. All right, what else do you have for us?
So we have another Bruce Blakeman interview, one he did about ICE on the street, on the sidewalk in Brooklyn. And again, I just want to reiterate that this was an immigrant community. This was a place in Brooklyn where it was tough to find somebody who actually spoke English. But here it goes. This is Bruce Blakeman speaking about ICE to somebody in Brooklyn. How do you feel about ICE? And I asked the question to the guy.
I think it's not a good thing, what they're doing. Yeah.
Now, Bruce is the Republican candidate for governor of New York State. He supports ICE. Would you like to have a conversation with him about why?
About why?
About why he supports ICE and why it would be a good idea and helpful to you to have ICE in your community.
So let me tell you what we do in my county. We're getting people out of our community that have committed rape, attempted murder, robbery, burglary, carjacking, drug activity, gang activity.
I agree with that.
Okay, so
That
you and
is
I are
good.
in agreement.
But like the people that are already here, living here, and has been here, I think we should find a different solution.
I agree with you.
One more question would be, have you voted in the past? If you do vote, who would you be more open to voting for?
Actually, I don't vote. I don't.
Well, we need you to vote
Yeah.
because it's very important. So I'm for lower taxes.
Okay.
You want lower taxes, right? You want less taken out of your paycheck?
Yeah.
I'm for cutting electric bills in half.
Okay.
They're way too high. And safer communities.
Yeah.
Is that something you could buy into?
I'm all for that. Yeah.
All right, nice to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you too.
And you would consider voting for Bruce?
Yeah, if he's with all that, yeah, of course.
Awesome.
Yeah. If he supports that, I support that. Yeah.
Awesome. What's your name?
Orlando.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you. Nice meeting you too.
Yeah, and again, a lot of Republicans are afraid to have these type of conversations on the streets, in the cities, in enemy territory with people that may pose a challenge to them in terms of in conversation. But Bruce right now is setting a great example, and I think that if Republicans across the country and in Pennsylvania adopt this sort of similar strategy, they would start seeing a lot more success than what they already are having.
And many people in these communities are like Orlando right there in that video. They disagree right away with, ICE. They disagree with Republican policies, but oftentimes they don't even know what Republicans stand for because they've never spoken to a Republican. A Republican has never went to their district, has never stopped them on the street to have a conversation. So I think we need to do that here in Pennsylvania, here in Philadelphia.
Yeah, so I'm looking at his chances, even though he's Blakeman has tightened things up against incumbent Kathy Hochul, who's a Democrat. He has tightened that up. The problem, it depends on where you go, but the problem is his recognizability, right? Because he's, like you said, Nassau County, I think Long Island, obviously, but that's mainly Republican. He's doing pretty well.
Yes.
But he is campaigning heavily on affordability, cost of living, public safety, and those are very popular issues.
Yeah, especially in New York City, where we've seen Zohran Mamdani absolutely dominate the conversation on those issues. If a Republican can actually put together a good campaign platform and come into New York City, it's not going to matter if they're from Long Island, if they're from Suffolk County, Nassau County. Competency sells, and if Bruce can continue doing this and pushing the narrative that way, pushing the conversation that way, winning on the issues, people are just going to go that way naturally because the issues are what matter. And if you can win the issues, it doesn't matter if you're a Republican from Nassau County, the first Jewish county executive in history, or, you're not. But if you can win on the issues, it doesn't matter who you are. You're going to win.
Amen. Okay, more.
I just gotta make one comment on.
Wait,
are you a YouTuber?
Well, is this Road Warrior?
No,
Because I'm going to save that.
Gary Stam. Oh,
Okay.
no, I'm not talking
Okay.
about that. I don't care about that. Gary says white pants aren't going to win that for you, guy. You got to get the Republican shorts, man.
Yeah, the Republican
Yeah.
shorts are an absolute
He needed
must.
Republican shorts.
Yeah.
Come on, the white pants with the black shoes?
Yeah, it's a little bit too much like he's going out to bowl.
Yeah.
We got to get him some shorts.
Bowling,
And this is a-
golfing. Yeah. Agree.
Deep reference here says that really looks like Judge Elias balls from Caddyshack.
He's got the right idea. He's got to dress a little bit more
Yeah.
New York City, maybe
Yeah.
throw on some shorts, but he's got the right idea.
Shorts.
He's
Shorts,
and I'll give him
jeans.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. This was not his walking around in New York City outfit. This was his outfit to go to the Dominicans for Bruce Blakeman reception. So,
Wait, is that really where he went after this?
Yeah, I swear, yes.
Oh,
yes.
well, that's a good outfit for the Dominicans for Bruce Blakeman.
I don't know. I still need him in shorts. I'm going to have to send him a pair of shorts.
So we do have some more videos, but you guys are getting called out by the general manager of the station, Road Warrior. So we'll have that discussion too. We have controversy. We'll be right back.
Hit the road this season to watch the birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The fireworks aren't just in the sky. They're on our lot this July. At Tri-County Toyota, get explosive savings like a new 2026 Toyota Tundra with 2.99% APR financing. Don't wait for the finale. These deals go boom and then they're gone. Visit us at 15 D&L Drive or online at TriCountyToyota.com. 3 counties, 1 priority. You with approved credit. Final price includes a $4.90 doc fee. Expires August 3rd, 2026.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Hey, John, why so glum? I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210 WPHT.
Bicycle. All right, we're going to talk about why Frank and Ian are getting called out. Road Warrior, general manager of the station, look at your text. I just texted you a question. So let's get to their clips while hopefully John gets back to me because we have some things going on.
You
we have a
texted the
controversy.
GM?
I texted the GM during the commercial break.
No.
So we have a controversy. We'll get to it. But Dan, can we go on with some of the clips while if John Road Warrior, look at your text.
Yeah, let's go on to this dancing troll. So you guys got to set this up where this was, but it looks like you approached some guy who was trying to get in your way, so you decided to have some fun with him, similar to that protester you kind of ran laps with to kind of lose him. Instead, you had a dance-off with this guy. Is that what happened?
Pretty much. So it was an old lady who was following me around New York City with a right-wing, quote-unquote, right-wing troll sign. And that's funny, but what she was trying to do was alert everybody that I was a Republican or somebody on the right. And she was also kind of putting a target on my back. But she had this funny sign, and I was walking away from her, and she was trying to kind of follow me. And at a certain point, I turned around and I said, well, if you're going to follow me, I'm going to at least make it difficult. So I started moving in all different directions in this field. And she really tried to keep following me. And eventually I said, it looks like you're dancing. Let's have a dance off. And she started dancing. And she had some moves. I think the shorts are what got to her. I think the shorts.
I'm telling you, the Republican shorts are a good prop.
Shorts.
Effective tool. Who
yeah,
knew?
But this is in New York City at an anti-ICE march that they were having. And we were getting followed around by a sign lady.
Don't do that. Oh, ruining your shot. Oh, nope. That's again, violating my First Amendment right? No, Dan. Nope, again, breaching my First Amendment right. Don't lunge. Don't lunge. What are you going to do?
Touch me.
What is this guy going to do?
That dude was a loser.
All right.
He was trying to ruin all the fun.
We're having fun. You're ruining all the fun. Come on, keep dancing. I want to see the moves. Okay, there we go. Look, the linebacker's back.
Uh-oh. Oh, man. Look at him puffing his chest out.
Yeah, we got Ray Lewis over here.
I like this lady. I like you. Come on, what do you do?
This is funny.
Yeah, where is this?
This is in New York City at Foley Square. Foley Square. So Manhattan, pretty much the bluest of the blue. Can't get much more anti-ICE than that.
So was it like a designated ICE protest, and did people just gather and start dancing?
So very organized protest. Very organized protest in March. They congregated at Foley Square, and then they began their march, and then they ended back up at Foley Square. But it was a march and a gathering where they had a dance party. I believe.
My girl for the night.
They had their own anti-ICE dance party, while Frank was doing the pro-ICE dance party.
This is a public space. If you are on a public space, do not let other citizens, unless they are law enforcement, tell you need to leave. It's absolutely not true. Law enforcement really can't even tell you need to get off public space. So these people are something called entitled.
And that is absolutely true. They are totally entitled. They feel entitled to public spaces, and they think they have the right to free speech. They have the right to free expression, but they don't think people who disagree with them should have that same right, and you see it all the time. Here, they don't want me walking around doing interviews. I was having so much fun with this dance sign lady that a security guard who looked like a high school linebacker, back 20 years ago, came up and essentially told the lady to walk away. And the lady immediately fled, and he ruined all the fun. But that's another person, this security guard, who was following me around the whole time, at points even bumping into me and telling people that they weren't allowed to talk to me. So they feel entitled to public spaces. They feel like they could tell people to stop talking, and it's wrong. And the only way to stop that is to stand up to it, stay on public spaces, tell them that they don't have the right to tell you to leave, and also keep speaking your mind regardless of how they try to silence you.
I think that
I'm having too much fun with this music.
I know I'm having. Here's the thing: I'll say that Philadelphia, we get a bad rap, but the truth is, there's something with Frank and Ian and the ladies. Like they're very, people are taking to you. Some people are confrontational, but I think you guys are like winning people over.
Because, like I said, common sense and competency, it sells, okay? So
and short shorts.
And short shorts.
Let's just say, though, this woman isn't the girl in the pink onesie. That's
but
for
I'm
sure.
just saying, she's,
Yeah, but
She's like, he's fun. She's partying with you a little bit.
But what we're seeing is that
A cougar.
that there is a more serious note is that yes, when we come around and we have a good energy and we
Positive
treat people
energy.
with respect, they see that and they feel it, and quite often they end up having a good conversation with us or a funny interaction like this one here, because quite frankly, I think we're cooler and more nice than their own organizers and who they call friends, because they eat their own and they're constantly always trying to be moral police with each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
it's
love
like
it.
We're just out there having conversations, and they have preconceived notions about who we are and what we're going to do.
Well put.
And when we show up, we prove them notions wrong. No, we don't hate you. No, we don't want to silence you. We want to have a conversation with you. And back to our other video with Bruce Blakeman, I think that's true for Republicans across the board. I think many people in the cities and urban centers have preconceived notions about conservatives and Republicans, and those notions simply aren't true. But it's our job as citizens, as Republicans, as people who care about politics, to prove them wrong. And that's exactly what Charlie Kirk did on college campuses. And you see the impact that had on President Trump's presidential election in 2024. You see it across the country even now. You see it in his legacy. It's a legacy of love. It's a legacy of hope, of faith, of patriotism. When Charlie Kirk was assassinated, when he was murdered, we didn't riot. We prayed. And you're seeing more people, come to Christianity after Charlie Kirk passed away. And his legacy speaks volumes to what he did as a person on college campuses. But Republicans need to not only appreciate that legacy, but take notes
Pick up the
from
torch.
it.
Yeah.
Take notes from it and do that in their everyday lives, regardless of if everybody's going to agree with us or not. Because really, people want to talk to good people. People want leaders who are good in a lot of cases. We do have a problem with Marxism. We have Marxists on the street who want a revolution, who want violence, but that's not everyone. Many people are just misled.
It's true.
You should write a new constitution.
By the way, yes, we're aware of the developing story that happened at the New York Federal Building in Manhattan this morning. Developing story. Initially, we were told it was an incendiary device that went off outside the Federal Building. This is Lower Manhattan. This morning, suspect is in custody. That confirmation from the FBI, from the FBI New York Joint Terrorism Task Force. They're investigating 26 Federal Plaza, and it's a building that houses dozens of federal agencies. So they said it's an incendiary device, may have actually been caused by some kind of fireworks. So it's under investigation. But we do have that going on. Firefighters say that 4 people had minor, thank God, non-life threatening injuries. 1 person was transported to a local hospital, but it looks like the assault was an anti-ICE attack. And so this does fit in with, I'm glad that at this particular, protest that you guys were at, I saw the woman with the anti-ICE sign and that sort of thing. But unfortunately, it looks like this was in regards to anti-ICE. So the rhetoric has ramifications.
Yes, absolutely. And, that's great to hear that everybody has their life still and is going to be, relatively okay. I know you said minor injuries. That's not good.
Yeah.
But, it's good to hear that everybody is in one piece. And yeah, it's just absolutely true is that this rhetoric does have consequences. And this is a consequence of that rhetoric. When me and Frank were in New York City not too long ago, we survived an attempted bombing by ISIS-inspired terrorists. So this is not a new thing.
Yeah.
People from that side are prone to violence and they're willing to engage in it, and they've proven that time and time again. And we just really need to get out in front of this issue. I hope the FBI and the Joint Terrorism Task Force with the NYPD can get to the bottom of the situation and prevent anything like this from ever happening again, because it's just a total terrible situation there in New York City.
And the unfortunate reality is, at the very least, 11 million undocumented migrants came into this country under the Biden administration. And we do have the largest deportation operation ever right now, but there are still a lot of undocumented migrants migrants in New York City, in Philadelphia, and other cities across our country, and we don't know who these people are. So maybe it was a leftist, but maybe it was just somebody who shouldn't be in this country, a sleeper cell, because those people exist, and that's why we need to fund ICE, to get the people out of this country who are undocumented, who pose a threat, who hate America, and in many instances, people who are supported by China, by the IRGC, by all of these different groups around the world that hate America. That's why ICE is important. And I think if Republicans make that pitch in the cities to Democrats, many would say, you know what? I don't agree with everything ICE is doing, but I can agree with that.
Especially after something like this happens. And I guarantee you, we're probably not going to hear much from this again. It's probably going to, have its cycle in the news. It's just going to get brushed under the rug and not talked about. Just another thing that happened in New York City was unfortunate.
A large part of what we do as journalists, as people who go to these protests, who, encounter and question.
Just 1 second, because Dan's showing on the screen, just 1 second, if you would pause that thought, is that courtesy FNTV, you're seeing this busy Manhattan street, and you see all kinds of law enforcement front and center, and they took that individual into custody.
Yeah, there's a culprit right in the center of the screen.
So you see the two NYPD officers, they have a person identified as the suspect in this case, had some kind of a long gun, may even have been some kind of a BB gun or air gun, that sort of thing, but had set off what they're calling an incendiary device and, obviously mitigated the situation. We don't know what other types of explosives or incendiary devices. They're saying fireworks, we're hearing all different reports.
A male, possibly white.
But I do want to say this, and that is, look at who rushes toward the scene. They barricaded, but law enforcement front and center. And that's why Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation is something that's a 501c3 nonprofit near and dear to our hearts, because you see those heroes who rush in a situation like this, putting themselves, their lives in danger. And that's why we have supported, certainly we support the families behind the badge, the widows, the children left behind. And oftentimes they do fade away from the headlines as we talk about that. So go ahead and finish your point as we're still airing the video, because this is just a breaking news story.
Yeah, the people, and I just want to touch on that too, the law enforcement officials and the people who are out there keeping us safe, they risk their lives on a daily basis. And yes, when something bad happens, they save people's lives, but we often don't talk about the families and the officers who have fallen and the effects on those families who lose their loved ones. But it's something we should focus on because, it humanizes these issues. When we have people who are undocumented in this country, when we have violent rhetoric that causes, acts of terror or whatever, there are officers and cops who have to go out there and rush to the scene. And those cops have families. And, it's super sad, but whatever we could do to support those families is good. We need more of it.
Yes. And that looks like, I could be mistaken, but that looks like ICE out there too with police.
Yeah, I see ERO.
Yeah.
I believe so. So you have a combination of federal, because it's a federal building. You have federal, you have local NYPD. You have probably at least that I see 4 different levels of law enforcement represented, but they're here, rushing in while they're getting the public to the safe, to a safe distance.
And I just want to say that shows you that ICE works phenomenally with local law enforcement when allowed to. When that man right there who they just carried out, they established a perimeter. You've seen them help law enforcement barricade the scene and get the situation under control. They worked seamlessly with local law enforcement in doing that, and they kept everybody safe, and they apprehended the suspect and helped law enforcement allow for the suspect to be cleared out of the area. And we need more of that. We need more cooperation between federal and local agencies so something like this doesn't happen.
And when we talk about violent rhetoric, irresponsible rhetoric by people in power, ICE is front and center. We have politicians, mainstream Democrats, saying things about ICE immigrations and customs enforcement officers that put them in danger on a regular basis. We've been to Delaney Hall in New Jersey where violent radical left protesters and rioters were attacking ICE agents. I mean, these people have families too. They have to go home at night. They have kids to raise. And we have mainstream Democrats and streamers like Hassan Piker dehumanizing them, calling them a Gestapo, calling them Nazis. And it's putting everybody at risk. And that's a large part of what we do as journalists. We go out to protests. We confront streamers. We confront politicians about their rhetoric. And we hold them responsible for their rhetoric using our First Amendment rights. And it's super important that we keep doing that to try to if somebody holds them accountable, the rhetoric's going to change.
Yeah, it's so true. So this brings us to Families Behind the Badge. So I've been going back and forth with John. So, and I'll just say that a lot of this is on me because Ian and Frank, you had asked for the link and everything. So they didn't realize all the signups. So this is for anybody who wants to do the ride or be involved because it's happening this Sunday, the 26th, right? We end up at the Showboat by 1:30. And so even if you don't have a bike and you don't want to ride, that's okay. Show up at 1:30. I think you'll pay, and there's a minimal fee, but you get all this food and drinks, and you'll see all of us as we have ended the bike ride. But there's a party afterwards, a lot of fun with everybody there. So you can do it that way. Just go to fbbcf.org or bend2shore.org. But as far as Frank and Ian, so here's the latest. So you guys, you have to sign up. I'll spot you. If you don't get the sponsors, I'll pay for your initial fee because I think at this point it's like $100 to sign up. But don't worry about it. John had said, Road Warrior, we call him the unofficial, GM of our station. There's a rental store that's associated with on the Bend to Shore, so we can get you a bike rental. He just needs your height. This is for you, Ian, for your correct frame size. But this applies to, let's say that you're a fairly in shape person and you're like, Frank and Ian, we're just bringing you on at the last minute. No worries. You can do this. You've got this. You can rent a bike. You'll pick it up on this coming up Sunday, the day of the ride. And so John says he's sure that your followers, because you have a lot of social media, will donate. If you want to post your link on the team page, that's cool too. But and I think that too. We can put it on our sites too.
Yeah, for sure. We're gonna do it because we heard we were getting called out.
Yeah,
and we were getting some flack. But now we want to show up and show out for Families Behind the Badge. Make sure we give them a good showing and have a good turnout for their event.
Yeah, I've been game. I was under the impression that this was happening, and I was riding my bike down the shore next week. So, I guess the confirmation today is good, but we're excited to do it.
They're in.
So I got a question for
yes, Dan.
Frank over there. Is he going to wear the Republican shorts on the bike?
Oh, I have tighter ones for the bike.
I was going to say they're going to get
Shorty
some chafing going on there.
No, I have specific biking tight short shorts that improve my performance and are more aerodynamic.
You need the
a walk-in closet full of short shorts.
Yes, and they're padded too, so I'm at a pretty steep advantage because of my short shorts. And that advantage is going to be on full display. We're going to see what we can do. I think I can get pretty close to first place.
That advantage is going to be on full display with those tight short shorts. Sure.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, I'm going to get close to first place, but it can mean many different things.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wow.
We got short shorts. I don't know.
Road Warrior, you hear that? He's not only riding, he's saying he's going to be at first place in his short shorts.
Did you hear that? I mean,
wow.
And you've got I think we have somebody with the flyer. Don't we have some professional athletes who ride?
Yeah.
So, and
listen, I'll give it to Frank. He is a cyclist. He does do long distance cycling. I don't. I never done organized cycling, but I love a challenge and I'm down for it. So we're going to get it done.
Down.
Professional athletes. I'm going to say second place. I'm going to get super close to second place, but I'm going to do it. And Road Warrior, you're on my list because you wanted to call us out. So we're going to see who has the better time.
So I'm showing footage now. If you look over there, Ian, the size of this thing is massive.
It looks like a great time. It looks like a great
time.
I'm probably going to be absolutely dead on the way there, but it's gonna be great.
So how
It's gonna
many
be
people
great.
are involved with this? How many competitors do we have?
Oh, it's huge.
Yeah, I don't
Okay,
even know
maybe
the number. I
third
gotta get a
place.
number from Mark O'Connor.
I mean, I know that
Hundreds,
thousands,
thousands.
It
thousands
looks
sign up and
absolutely
support
massive.
it.
It looks
it's-
absolutely
Yeah.
massive from what I'm seeing right now. Like the entire bridge, like from side to side, was covered with people.
Yeah, it's
so it's
there you go.
yeah.
We're
there
going
you go.
for 5th place.
it keeps going down. It was first, then third, now
What's the
fifth.
Kalshi odds now?
Listen, I think Surge is top 2. I think we're gonna get it done.
Yeah. It's for a good cause, but there are a ton of people, including my husband. So Lair Bear, he's going to be in the Piazza, his Piazza vehicle, which is a big SUV. He's like, don't worry. If you can't do it, there are a ton of people there who will.
Is he your tail car?
Oh, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
He's like, don't worry. When nobody's looking, I'm like, I'm not going to do that because we're being tracked and stuff like that.
I'll throw you in the back of the CRV.
There's no shame. There's no shame though. If you get poofed out, the victory is in that we're good by Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
We've already gotten so many donations for this incredible cause. So to me, it's a win-win.
Such an amazing cause.
Yeah, I've gotten in such great shape. I've lost so much weight. Like Greg Stocker will tell you, as long as and Dan can vouch for this, I've chronically been on a diet. I can eat everything that I want. You know what I mean? Because I've been training for this thing. So it's a win-win.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's great.
And just to remind people what this does, if you're just joining us, someone in the line of duty,
Yeah.
Gets injured, passes within hours.
Yeah.
These guys are at their doorstep with, help, aid in any way that
Amazing.
they need it. And family after family get involved with the organization after they themselves are helped because they can't help themselves because their lives were changed so much. And I feel like that's the sign of a good organization when you have past, people that were helped getting directly involved. It seems like almost everybody that goes through this does get involved. And Mark O'Connor's doing something great there. So
Yeah, Mark O'Connor.
Please support it.
I love the guy. I've known him for over 20 years. And for me, just as a local news person, that's when I got involved years ago, just fundraising, donating, because I felt like it's so frustrating as a news person to cover. I think of Judy Cassidy, and it's now this sort of bizarre reunion, I guess, but Maureen Faulkner, women I've gotten to know over the decades in covering them, and now they're part of this. And so it's something that's positive energy for people to get involved with, but for all of us to be part of a solution. And I think that's a piece of it. And I will say this, and you'll see if you come and you meet us at the Showboat, even show up at like 2:00 in the afternoon, or be part of the cheer team, cheering everybody coming in. The people starting at like 1:00 and 1:30 in the afternoon as people cross that finish line by the Showboat. But whatever that looks like for you to donate, to volunteer, to be part of this, you're part of the positive energy, the solution, rather than always talking about the problems and what's not fixed. So thank you for your donations. We'll put up more links, and Dan is a great part of this because Dan will put up all the info on the socials, as we say. But Frank, Ian, thank you once again, Surge Philly, for volunteering for this and for also igniting a new we're in the home stretch. For those of you who are thinking about still donating or still joining us for the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation Bend to the Shore bike ride, there's still time. So thank you guys.
Let's do it. We're super excited.
Yep.
Woo!
Thank
we can
you,
do
Dawn.
it in short shorts or not.
Preferably short shorts. Though.
The tight shorts. That's what we
Woo!
need.
We got short shorts. We'll be right back. Thank you, John.
Weather is sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
Enjoy the beautiful weather again today. It's going to be a high of 87 with mostly sunny skies. The humidity comes back tomorrow. We only get to 83, but plenty of showers and thunderstorms throughout the area. In the 80s again the next 2 days and staying humid.
Hey, Dawn Stensland. This summer, Kitchen Magic in Nazareth is offering 40% off installation plus flexible financing. Family owned since 1979 with the craftsmanship to prove it. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Your dream kitchen is closer than you think. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Tasty cake and summer just go together. Whether you're packing for family vacations, getting ready for summer camp, heading to the pool, or simply stocking up for busy days at home, Tasty Cake has the treats everyone loves. The next time you're at the grocery store, be sure to grab the baked peach pie, packed with sweet summer flavor, and the lemon cupcakes, perfect for lunchboxes, camp snacks, road trips, and family get-togethers. Easy to grab, easy to share, and always a family favorite. Make Tasty Cake part of your summer. Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Employee pricing isn't just for employees anymore. For a limited time only this July, everyone saves at Closet Factory, Philadelphia. Schedule your free design consultation today at closetfactory.com. That's closetfactory.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Pet parents, there are many sources to buy your pet food these days, but at Dogs and Cats Rule, we take special care in selecting our brands based on quality of ingredients, company transparency, and science-based nutrition. Coming into a Dogs and Cats Rule store with a dietary issue, we can help select the proper food. The best part of the visit is the shopping experience. That's Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 locations. For information online, visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless-leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 267-223-7162 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 267-223-7162 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 267-223-7162 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinic treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 267-223-7162.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
So yes, on the YouTube chat, thank you all so much. Road Warrior, you're also a fundraising road warrior as well, so we appreciate you, but we're texting back and forth. Ian and Frank, they're in. Surge Philly, they're in. Dan Borowski can vouch for that, right? Second that notion.
Yes, they are in.
And with the latest news as well, I know that Stacey Garrity, the treasurer of Pennsylvania, is among those in the military who is putting out the condolences, prayers with our troops who were killed and wounded in this weekend's attacks, giving their last full measure of devotion and defense to our nation, and to ensure she says that our world never sees the day that the Iranian regime possesses a nuclear weapon. May God bring comfort to their families in their time of grief, and may God continue to protect all of our service members, men and women around the globe. So that statement, as far as we're learning the identities of the service members, which I did indeed report earlier. Somebody on the YouTube chat was saying that I was not, but I'm every day for 30 hours every week, starting at 6 a.m. If you weren't with us at 6 a.m. for the news, where were you? But I did report that earlier this morning, and prayers with our families of our brave, heroic service members. So we got that going on. Dan Borowski, awesome job as always today. Dan had a picture of Amelia. Maybe we don't have time for it, but we will get to the baby update. We'll get to Dan's baby tomorrow. The Dom Show starts right now. Thanks for being here today.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
Get ready for Men at Work. And Toad the Wet Sprocket. Live in concert. Friday, July 31st, Event Center at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Get tickets now at theborgata.com. Don't miss Men at Work and Toad the Wet Sprocket.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time from hitting. Well, I got this giant picture window that's about 30 feet and 10 feet high, waving to people on the boardwalk here at the Wildwood Convention Center. The Jersey Tour Part 2. We'll talk about Odysseys. The Odyssey making a lot of money. I don't think it was record-breaking, but big. And an interesting thing. A film like The Odyssey, at least as I perceive it when you say The Odyssey, I don't think would ever be playing at these movie theaters down here, are usually put on the lowest common denominator. I mean, they did have Toy Story 5 the last time, but that's a kid's film too. But The Odyssey is here. Henry has not seen it yet. We'll talk about it. People are scalping tickets with IMAX, etc. So it's a big deal. But one local note. And then, by the way, Scott Presler, wasn't going to try to reach out to him. We had so much from the other day, has now said on Twitter he will cut his hair. I need to know what that means fully if the SAVE Act is passed. Can you see John Thune? What else will this guy do? He will cut his hair. He just put it up on Twitter. I don't mean a little cut. I want to be the barber. I mean, where should we do this? We have to have a big ceremony. If the SAVE Act is passed, Scott Presler will cut his hair, his identifier. You know, what is driven as an influencer, I think. But the local news story, and several of you sent it to me as soon as you've seen it, and I'm no longer going to say, you'll have to decide for yourself. You know my antagonism toward Fitzpatrick. The NEA/PSEA, the teachers' unions, and we have a lot of sound from them. We're going to play you Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, talking about the teachers' unions and the wild stuff the NEA did over the weekend. He attacks President Trump's school choice, you miserable man, Wes Moore. He went to private schools. Every part of his life, Wes Moore went to private schools, and guess what? He sends his kids to private schools. So for me, maybe there's an issue that's unforgivable for you. For me, it is school choice because it is so obvious. It is so mean, so miserable. It spells the Democrat Party. Over the weekend, Brian Fitzpatrick got the endorsement, the only Republican running for federal office, meaning Senate, the House, everybody's up for re-election. The only Republican. Now think of some of those weasel Republicans. The only Republican to get the endorsement of the NEA/PSEA, Pennsylvania, and all the SEAs was Brian Fitzpatrick. Here's Wes Moore at their convention. This is what they're about. This is the governor of Maryland. If he ever gets the bridge built, he might be running for president. Here's what he said.
And buried inside that bill is a tax scheme that makes public funding and takes public funding and steers it towards private schools.
All right, so that's a lie. That's an outright lie, you liar. This is the type of thing we're dealing with Brian Fitzpatrick. This is the outfit he's hooked into. Marches on Washington. Everybody's a fascist. They love this guy. And they were gushing in their endorsement of Fitzpatrick, talking about how he gets the public school employees and public school unions. They're the enemy of parents, Brian Fitzpatrick. And if you consort with them, what does that make you? So I'm no longer going to say, as a matter of course, well, we got to vote for Brian Fitzpatrick. And Bob Harvey, too. This tells you how deep he is with them. The guy's a former history teacher with deep roots with the teachers' unions. They still endorse Fitzpatrick. Wow. That is a pretty big tell, is it not? Guy puts up on Twitter, you're mad because teachers endorse Brian Fitzpatrick? Read a little bit, buddy. Take a look at the world as it is. All right, so 855-839-1210, you get a line. Here is back to the SAVE Act and voter ID. This will be cut 12. Here's Senator Mark Warner, supposedly one of the smarter Democrats, unmasked by John Carl on ABC News, the weekend show, about the idea of the Save America Act. Well, what about the voter ID part? Here's how it went down.
Now, I understand that you and I think every other Democrat oppose this so-called Save America Act, and there's a lot of reasons that you've put forward. But let me ask you very narrowly on the issue of photo ID, requiring photo ID to register to vote. Is this something that Democrats should get behind?
We have
80-some% of Americans, 71% of Democrats say they favor this?
You know what? In Virginia, we have voter ID and photo ID. I got to show my...
That's actually not the case. I mean, I'm a Virginia voter. You don't need to show a photo ID in Virginia. There are a wide range of things you can show for ID. And if you don't show one of those, you can sign an affidavit saying...
You can sign an affidavit.
But so it's not required.
And those become ballots that, if you want to contest later, can be contested. But you do have a variety of documents. But we have voter ID of one form or another.
But should that be a national standard?
Waiting. All right, so some Republicans are decoupling the SAVE Act, the citizenship part, from the voter ID part, just to get Democrats on the record. I'm not in that camp. The citizenship part, we know there are umpteen number of people that are illegal, that are still on the ballots in places like Pennsylvania, still on the registration, and could vote in elections. There is no doubt. Here is, and we're going to have on one of our favorites, Ryan Walters today. Now, let me tell you, Stacey Garrity is coming up at 1 o'clock. And there's a lot of things to talk about with her. She runs for the Senate. The number one thing she wants to talk about, though, and this involves Josh Shapiro, and it involves Democrats who here in Pennsylvania, with a 1-vote margin in the House, are beyond out of control. We had a great guest. Maybe you missed it Friday, people, vacations and all that. But all this week, we got to ratchet up because come the end of the week, here's the backstory. The Supreme Court of Pennsylvania said that the second-degree law, the statute, was unconstitutional. So the Senate sent about to reform that in a bipartisan way. They did it. They sent it over to the House, and the House is refusing to do anything with it. Here's why it matters to you, anyone you care about, all of our listeners, everybody here at the station, everybody. If they don't do something by Friday, which is a big if, okay? 1,165 cases or thereabouts will either be dismissed for second-degree murder, meaning they just get out, or they'll have to start trying them again. We were told that by State Representative Shorin on Friday. 500 of those cases are with Larry DeKay. Can you imagine second-degree murder, 1,165? We're trying to get on the DA in Montgomery County who's on this. He's appalled by what Democrats are doing, and he's a Democrat. 1,165 cases would be thrown out there. Second-degree murder. They don't care. They have a 1-vote margin, and they are as out of control as any legislature that you're going to see anywhere in the country. It is mind-boggling that they would risk putting those people back on the street or at least having to retry these cases with 500 of them with Larry Krasner, who's already under edicts from everybody in the world. By the way, since I'm down the shore this week, we had Jim Jordan. Henry pursued him again. He's going to be on next Wednesday on the Dom Show. Jim Jordan in a face-off with Larry Krasner. Do I go too far if I warn him, look, I've seen you in the ring, both physically and emotionally, with some of the biggest names. I'm telling you, this guy is of a special ilk. If he goes to clean his glasses, make your move then. Don't let him sit there clean the glass and talk. Go right at him. I don't care, interrupt with whatever. You can hit me on Twitter at DomShow1210. Your best tip to give Jordan vis-a-vis Larry Krasner. Because I would tell you, if I'm in the ring with Larry Krasner, I'm going to be ready down to the comma on this. This guy is as insufferable as any figure you're ever going to see in Washington. Okay, one other thing. Thanks to Guy Shiraki. Go to my Twitter at DomShow1210. It is outrageous as outrageous gets, and you can leave your comment there. He sent me from Naples, where we visited with conservative tours, this picture, and it is a pretty big slice of pizza. But they fold it, refold it, fold it again, even before taking a bite, and it's not sloppy or anything. They seem to be selling it or handing it out, fold it. They're in Naples. I wish I could get on a plane and go over there and call the gendarmes, whatever they call them in Italy, on these people. You can't be doing what. Check out that video. Thanks to Guy at DomShow1210. All right, great side question. I think it was Friday was National Tattoo Day. So never have done this one before. I think I have some pretty good ones. We want something associated with tattoos, tattooing, person, place, or thing. One that I'm going to take off that I think is fairly clever, often associated with it, is misspelling. What do you do if they misspell your name? Like, I go into a tattoo place. I bring Henry, my lawyer, Roe. Well, Roe wouldn't come. And I tell them I want Dom spelled on there. If I come out of there with D-O-N, what are the odds? I think they're pretty high.
Good.
Yes. Can you imagine? Yes. So misspelling is something I think of. As far as a person, I have one fictional character, Max Cady, of course, in Cape Fear. All-time great tattooing. And then Allen Iverson. Iverson, not just because of the number, but because he said he would read them and they would remind him of things like bring home milk. I mean, do you need a tattoo to remind you of that? All right, maybe one, some inspirational thing. But don't you get confused? And if it's on the side of your neck, are you inspired by that when you read? My God. All right, Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, I'll take 2 off the board. First one I'm going to take off is addiction. I feel like if you're getting one tattoo, you can't just stop there. You're going to start getting the itch for another one, and then another one after that, another one after that. And pretty soon you'll have an entire sleeve of just individual tattoos. I mean, I feel like that's more of the case. Like, I have a lot of friends that it's just they keep going and going and going and going until their whole arm's covered in ink. So
I can hear it. I can hear it with people that get them. You're right. It never ends.
Never ends. Never ends. And then how about I take a person off the board? Famed tattoo extraordinaire Whoopi Goldberg. Did you know this, Dom?
No.
Whoopi has a giant dragon tattoo on her right shoulder.
Oh, man.
You wouldn't see that on The View.
Yes, that's you want to say Joy Behar has one a little bit lower.
Oh, man.
Oh, what a spectacle. Maybe Whoopi will show it someday.
Yeah, that'd be a good episode.
Yeah.
Get the ratings up.
Oh, yeah. Those are great. How about yours, Kirk?
I'm going to go with 2 myself. So I'm going to go with Angelina Jolie, who has tattoos all over her body, front and back.
Yep.
And Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters, front and back, and sleeves.
Yeah, and I think Angelina Jolie there was with Billy Bob Thornton cutting each other, exchange of blood or something, right?
They were an odd couple.
They still are.
Man, can you imagine? Hey, I went to sleep with Marilyn Monroe last week. She's not neat. Angelina Jolie's going to be cutting her. My God. Oh, yeah, the sleeve tattoo thing. I don't know anybody as attracted with that. That's, a bit much. I think it's changed. You can have a tattoo. You don't have to fully cover it in corporate America. But if it's a giant amount of tattoos, that might be a problem.
Yeah, if it's on the neck, I think that's when people start getting a little wary.
Yeah, well, Mike Tyson, the face, yeah.
Oh, how do we not take him off?
Exactly. Yeah, there you go.
That's the most iconic one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is. And I still think he's an incredibly smart guy. My one interview with him. I just think, he didn't have a lot of schooling and everything else had happened. All right, hit with the all-time tattoo. Brian Fitzpatrick, what are you going to do if you're out there in Bucks County in his district when it comes to election time? You can write someone in. I know we need every seat. I have good news. The polling indicates this morning, we'll play it for you, Harry Ent, we'll play that coming up from CNN, saying that Democrats only have a generic lead of about 4 points, which is low when you consider the redistricting and how Republicans have gained. All we need is Republicans to find an issue to run on. And I say it's Mondani. I'll tell you what Mondani is up to next if he does this before the midterms. Oh, my God. But you know what? I could see this guy doing anything. I'll explain what he says he's actively considering doing in September. 855-839-1210. That'll get a line. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All I need you to do is just push pound 1210.
Hey, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the Piazza Auto Group are looking to adopt a local animal shelter, and it could be yours.
You know, our friends at Piazza Auto Group believe in giving back to the communities they serve. For years, they've supported local animal shelters that work tirelessly every day to rescue, rehabilitate, and adopt homeless animals.
And we're looking for one deserving shelter to become the beneficiary of our year-round fundraising efforts, donation drives, community outreach, adoption events, and on-air support to help provide much-needed resources, all to help more animals find loving forever homes.
If you're a decision maker, volunteer, or staff member at an animal shelter or rescue organization in Philadelphia or the suburbs, we'd love to hear from you. Visit 1210wpht.com/Piazza Pets and tell us why your shelter should be selected as our partner.
Because when a community comes together, amazing things happen. Piazza Auto Group. Just visit 1210wpht.com/Piazza Pets.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm and have resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Have you looked at your roof lately? Dawn Stensland here. If not, don't wait until the fall. Once cooler weather and storms arrive, small roofing issues can quickly become expensive repairs. Right now is the perfect time to protect your home and save. Through July 31st, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding is offering 25% off a brand new roof. And here's why I trust Chapman. They're a GAF certified plus contractor, which means they can offer enhanced warranty protection that most roofing companies simply cannot. So if you've been thinking about replacing your roof, right now is the best time to beat the fall rush, lock in your savings, enjoy peace of mind before the seasons change. Call Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding today. Schedule your free consultation, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Offer ends July 31st. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to Supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At Supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to Supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's Supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a license.
Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. Old Time Association. Anything fictional, real, part of the process, people that have them, it's all in the call with tattoos. Tomorrow, what we pretty much had final approval on, the Odyssey doing incredibly well. I'm looking at some of the numbers of all the Odyssey-related products, like the book or the the reading by some celebrity that you can get. They're up astronomically. And I'd say the worldwide opening was very good. It's the best of the year, at least I think worldwide, in the genre. And my tell is they're even showing it at the Shore, which is shocking. I'll be interested. Ro and I are probably going to see it. It's our stored-up movie in case of the dreaded word rain. So, Henry, you haven't seen it yet because, you're not willing to pay $200 to a scalper for IMAX?
Well, yeah, that's partially it. I'm kind of being a film snob with this one where it was shot in 70mm IMAX, and I only want to see it in 70mm IMAX.
Okay.
And those take, I can't even, when I tried looking the other day, I couldn't even get on the site. That's how much in demand it is. So, it might be a while before I see it.
I told you it the other day, and you're savvy to this, right? You know, you don't get anything serious here at the Shore. It's brutal.
Right.
They did run Barbie, not serious. I think that's an example, but at least it was a big-time film. Toy Story 5, they'll run those. They're running it here. So I got to see if there are lines here at the Shore for the Odyssey. It's like, oh, my God, the director, this guy has just captured the minds of people.
Yeah.
I can't see people going in a story about a 5,000 year or however many. The Greeks, I know there'll be a lot of Greeks here. There's a lot of diners. Poem is going to fill up at the Shore. Wow. They don't have a lot of screens down here in the immediate area. There might be 4 or 5 or 6, something like that, I think.
Yeah, you got to report back on how full.
Oh, yeah. I will be interviewing the crowd. I will be telling you, hey, do you know what this is about? Oh, my God. Our buddy Meg Brock weighed in, though, so people are taking this seriously, and said for whatever positives it may have, the Odyssey normalizes transgenderism. It's given the lie that you can change your sex, a positive platform. I don't care if it's the best movie ever made. It's just entertainment. Watching it is not going to change anyone's life other than those that might take that message. So I'd say over the weekend, people like Ben Shapiro and others have pushed back against those overly attacking this film. And that number, Henry, was at 145 million. It's not staggering. I think others have done better.
Mm-hmm.
But for this year, that's pretty impressive for a film about the Odyssey.
Oh, totally. I agree.
I mean, subject matter. Think back to school, the Odyssey. Oh, my God. 855-839-1210. All right. Here is what our buddy Mondani is thinking about doing. And, boy, this would be... Spoke to someone over the weekend who said, let him try. We are waiting for this. The UN will be meeting in September. I'm not sure how much after Labor Day. Now, you may remember people like Castro came to New York to speak at the UN. Gaddafi, yes. And he left all of his papers there. He threw them in the air, and he talked about Trump was burning his eyes and all this stuff. Just stone cold, outrageous killers. Well, here's what Mondani says. He's in active talks around. If this person comes to Manhattan, to the UN, he may have him arrested.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is perhaps planning to visit New York for the UN General Assembly. You pledged during your campaign and after you won to order his arrest to comply with the International Criminal Court warrant. What will happen if he comes in September?
Look, I believe that Prime Minister Netanyahu belongs in The Hague. He's a war criminal who has been charged by the International Criminal Court. And what you will find is that is an opinion that is held by many purely because of what his actions have wrought over these last many years. I've also said that I will follow the laws that we have here in New York City because I believe that there's an importance in following the law as a leader who presides over our city, and that's something that I plan to do.
Meaning? I'm sorry, I don't understand what that means.
Meaning that whatever the law allows me to do in New York City, that's what we will do, but we won't be writing our own laws to that end.
What does the law allow you to do?
That's an active conversation with our legal department in seeing what the prospects are we have here in our municipality. However, what we've seen at the national level is a desire sometimes to write your own laws, to go outside of the bounds of legality. That's not something we have an interest in.
I mean, normally when people come to a UN General Assembly, they're granted a sort of amnesty because it is the seat of the United Nations. Is that what you're thinking that you'll honor, or you're actively looking to see if you can actually arrest him?
I think we are looking at all of our legal obligations, and one of them is with regards to the United Nations. But the other part of this is we're not talking about a personal assessment of Benjamin Netanyahu. We're talking about the International Criminal Court and the fact that they have a warrant out for this prime minister's arrest. And I think it's important to talk about the weight that that has as a charge, and also that as the mayor of New York City, I'll be following the laws of New York City.
Okay.
Well, buddy, you ran on this, and then after you said you would do it, and boy, am I loving it. So what do you think is going to happen? You think the Mossad and others are going to stand down? These poor New York City cops. The police chief won't do this. That's my guess. The Trump administration will let him get to the precipice, then stop it, and then we'll have another issue. Imagine this clown arresting Benjamin Netanyahu in New York. Democrats would love it. The anti-Semitic wing, oh, my God, we'll ship him right off to The Hague, the international goofball court, the international fools, right? That's where we'll send him. Yeah, Castro, Gaddafi comes there. Netanyahu not welcome in New York. Got to run against this guy. I think Mike Johnson's on it. It's not just the communism in that he's flexing. He's into everything. He is a national figure for them big time, a kingmaker, all those things. Here's Harry Enton talking about where we are with the midterms. Now, I'm happy about what he's going to say, but it also sparks me to tell you we got to keep the pressure on Republicans. If they just find their way a little bit, I think they're going to hold the House. It's going to be close, but I think they can do it. Here's Harry Enton making that point on CNN.
Show what, Harry? They show a big worry sign, at least compared to history, because I want to take it back through the history machine, and I want to note, okay, House National July, CNBC, Washington Post poll average, midterm years. This is the generic ballot, right? Where were we back in 2006 when, of course, Democrats would go back on to win the House? They were up by 12 in an average of those two polls. How about 2018? They were up by an average of 10 in those two polls. Look at where that average is now. Well less than half of either the level of 2018 and 2006. Way down there. Yes, they're ahead, but they're ahead. I have to shrink down on the screen. They're ahead by only 4 points, which is significantly less than what we saw in 2018 and 2006 when Democrats took back the House. So, as I said, this is an This is a warning sign. While, yes, Democrats are ahead, not by anywhere near the margin they were in prior wave years.
Because 4 isn't 10.
No.
And it's not 12.
No, they taught me that back in pre-K, that 4 is not 10 or 12.
And not only that, but 4 might not be enough with all the redistricting we've seen.
That's exactly right, Johnny B. So this isn't just, hey, you know what, we want to lead by 8 or 10 or 12 because we want an even larger majority. You might not even get the majority at all if, in fact, the House popular vote ends up by 4. Because just take a look at this. Okay, the Washington Post CNBC poll lead, it's 4 on average, right? But what about needed to control with redistricting? You need probably a 3 to 4 point victory nationwide in the national House vote in order to get a House majority. You are right on the edge with this 4 point lead in the average of the CNBC Washington Post polls, right on the edge of even getting that majority. And that's why I said this is a very worrisome sign. This is troublesome for Democrats because despite all of Donald Trump's unpopularity in the polls, they do not seem to be building an advantage that guarantees them the House or anything close to a guarantee. It's very close, at least if you're listening to CNBC and Washington Post.
Okay, but
there you go. All right, there's the hope. All right, coming up, one of our favorites, Ryan Walters, formerly the superintendent of schools, the head of public education in Oklahoma, now the chief executive officer of the Teacher Freedom Alliance, freeing teachers from the unions. The unions, NEA, NJEA, all those EAs, the AFTs, they're the enemy of parents. I would maintain they're the enemy of just the country. Well, I'm going to play you to set him up at their conference over the weekend, the NEA, the president of the California Teachers Union, talking about let's take to the streets to fight against this fascist regime. We'll play that and talk with Ryan Walters coming up here on Talk Radio 1210. First, though, let's talk about getting ready to unwrap your best health during Rescue Natural Supplements Christmas in July sale event. Savings up to 73% off. That's right, the season of giving is making a huge summertime comeback with site-wide slash pricing on over 50 research-backed formulas crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. From high-intensity omega-3s and doctor-recommended cholesterol balance to mobility, gut health, and even advanced cognitive support, now's the perfect time to take advantage of serious discounts and discover why thousands have trusted Rescue's quality and value for over 40 years. So celebrate Christmas in July with sale prices and save up to 73% off for a limited time. Ordering is easy. Go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. You won't regret giving yourself the gift of finally feeling your best. Again, that's 800-262-5483 or online, res-q.com for savings up to 73% off.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWE CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Weather sponsored by Wawa.
Enjoy the beautiful weather again today. It's going to be a high of 87 with mostly sunny skies. The humidity comes back tomorrow. We only get to 83, but plenty of showers and thunderstorms throughout the area. In the 80s again the next 2 days and staying humid.
Hoagie Fest is back at Wawa, and this year it's a meal deal. Grab any shorty hoagie, any Hers chips, and a fountain drink for just $6. Make it a classic for $8. Gotta have a Wawa.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it's Dom time. One of our favorites on deck circle, Ryan Walters, the Teachers Freedom Alliance, where they're freeing up teachers by the day away from these unions. Here's one of the reasons why. Here at the NEA, I guess this was the AFT. This is the Presidente of the California Teachers Union. Now listen to how explicit, this isn't masked, what he's telling the teachers and their reaction. Cut 16.
To fight back against this fascist regime, we need to be in the streets, wisely using our wallets, battling in the courts, and winning at the ballot box, the center of our democracy.
All right, so again, what they're up to now, calling for this march on Washington, please let them do this before the midterms. Let's talk to Ryan Walters to get his sense on that, on school choice. And also, remember, he did a lot with the Bible. I might start off with that in Oklahoma. I have a cut here of an interview he did where some on the left are saying the Bible is anti-Semitic, not us. Oh, man, the Bible? Let's go to Ryan Walters on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Ryan, welcome in. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me on. Always.
So, Ryan, I had this one cut. I don't know if it was an Australian outfit or whatever, an interview I happened to see the other day of you. Who is it that's out there saying the Bible is the thing that is anti-Semitic?
Oh, we've got these left-wing groups that, act like they're coming at it from, a religious perspective. And it's just one of the most absurd arguments I've ever heard, that the Bible is anti-Semitic. I mean, that's just that shows you the lengths they'll go. And by the way, it's projection. I mean, it's like, okay, the teachers union and the left have been the ones that have been anti-Semitic. They're the ones that have been pushing this curriculum in schools to not show the state of Israel, all this type of stuff. And then they want to come in and claim, well, the Bible is anti-Semitic. I mean, it's just a joke. But all they want to do is continue to push this left-wing indoctrination in schools and not have any ability of teachers or just parents to be able to have honest conversations about American history, American exceptionalism. And so, when you talk about the Bible in schools and its role in American history, that's got to be there. And so they are just really twisting themselves into knots to try to make this claim that somehow the Bible is offensive in a school.
You and I follow this, Corey DeAngelis, our mutual friend from the inside and all that. But I think even the average person, when they see some of this summer, realizes that the NEA and the AFT with Randy Weingarten, you have figures up there that are screaming, saying wild things the Chicago public schools had. The other thing is they're getting more and more explicit and expansive in being part of the far left wing of the Democrat Party on actual policies. Are we seeing that, or it's just that we have better ways of tracking it?
No, I think you're right. I think that they're really showing themselves and getting more and more extreme by the day, and they're starting to hold these speeches more publicly. I think they were doing similar calls to action behind the scenes, but they have just become such a out in the open, tip of the spear for the Democrat Party that, frankly, they're leading a lot of the ideological craziness of the party. You look at this and you go the Democrat Party has gone from, claiming to represent the working class just a couple of decades ago to just all out, transgender, absolute craziness. And you're going, wow, that party has really done two huge steps to the left. And you look out and you go, well, who is probably the most public face of that craziness from an apparatus standpoint? It's the teachers union. So I do think that they have really taken on the tip of the spear in this driving of a woke agenda into the overall Democratic platform. And again, you watch the things that they're voting on, calling Donald Trump a fascist, pushing abortion rights, pushing transgenderism. You're going, okay, this was the teachers union conference. Not reading, not arithmetic, not how do we make sure that our kids are, prepared for the next generation of jobs. No. It is, Trump's a fascist, left-wing policies. That's their focus, and that's what they're going to continue to push and drive.
We're talking with Ryan Walters. Ryan, we played a cut of Governor Westmore in Maryland. Not sure if he's running this time. Maybe at the most recent convention. He's leading the charge, or trying to with them, the attack on the big, beautiful bill, the new money, not any money taken from anybody. By the way, some of it goes to the public schools, too, in which people are going to donate, then nonprofits distribute the money. Is that wise politically to still be fighting that kind of rear guard action on this? And look, I know you and I admire what you've done. I just think you ought to stop this. Move over with Mike Johnson. We need a little help here on this issue. Ryan Walters would make this like a rallying cry across the country if they really want to still fight this.
Oh, I think absolutely. If the Democrats want to take on and say they don't want parents to be able to direct their funding of their kids' education, they don't want things, because here's, like you pointed out, this isn't just for conservative parents or parents in red states. This is for parents of all backgrounds. Red state, blue state alike could have access to this. Also, public schools can utilize the tax credit for things like tutoring services, for other options of different types of programs in their schools that they've wanted to explore in the past. This truly should be a win for all students across the country. But don't forget, the Democrats are going to bend the knee to the unions. The teachers' unions want to direct the funding of every taxpayer dollar in education. So if any mechanism that says, parents, you can decide, parents, you can make decisions on the way education dollars are spent, the union's going to fight it. They're going to fight it every step of the way, because this takes them out of power, and it also, again, enables parents to decide, look, if a public school system is being run by the teachers union, run into the ground and causing kids to have a poor education, take your kids somewhere else. The teachers unions cannot allow that.
We're talking with Ryan Walters. And Ryan, the outfit you're heading up now, which really helps to back teachers, because it's easy to say, well, just don't be part of the union and the dues and all that. I taught in Jersey. That money was taken out. The NGA was by statute. It was in the law that they could take the money out. I never saw what the dues were. I had no say in it, nothing. And there were 250,000 members. Jersey's got a population, but that's a lot of people. The head of the NJEA just ran to be governor. In the primary, spent $56 million of those dollars and came in fifth. So how are you taking on those unions? What are you providing for teachers, maybe some listening still, that want to be part of the Freedom Alliance?
Absolutely. And by the way, you want to talk about a stark contrast. We just held our national summit last week in Dallas, Texas, and we come down there, and what do we have Secretary Linda McMahon. She's one of our keynote speakers. We're talking about classroom management, classroom discipline. We're talking about how to infuse the best methods of reading instruction into the classroom. We talked about how to teach American history using primary source documents. We had hundreds of teachers there in person, thousands joining online as we do this. This is what it should look like, a teacher organization. And so that's what we're providing for teachers. First of all, we provide them liability insurance. That's something that unions dangle over their head of, we're your only provider of this. No, they're not. We're happy to provide that as well. But we actually say we want to help teachers be better teachers. That's what good teachers want to do. They constantly want to be honing their craft. So we provide professional development opportunities like this. And we've got teachers, we've got thousands of members now nationwide. And again, you got teachers union on one side calling Trump a fascist and rah at their conference. Our conference, we're talking about reading instruction. We're talking about how to teach the Declaration of Independence at every grade level. It's crazy to see the difference between what good teachers are doing and wanting in the classroom and what the unions are pushing.
That's two core things, too. There's such a breakthrough in reading. If they drill down on this, as you guys, the other thing is classroom management, classroom discipline. A lot of people could be great teachers. They can't control it in the beginning. And the things that they need to do that and get through it, that is worthy, not this other stuff.
No, that's right. To be a great teacher, it's tough. And we should be focused on making sure that every teacher has the proper training to be as good as they can be. And instead, you got the union that's got hundreds of millions of dollars that's funneling them towards the furthest left-wing candidates in the country, when in reality, any kind of teacher organization should be focused on how do you teach the science of reading? How do you get students caught up from behind when they're more than a grade level behind? How do we make sure that we're instilling citizenship in the next generation so that this can continue to be the greatest country in the history of the world? These are worthwhile goals, and the union is actually doing the exact opposite.
Absolutely. Where do we go to find your group, Ryan Walters?
No, I appreciate that. It's teacherfreedom.com, teacherfreedom.com, and we're all over social media. So Teacher Freedom Alliance. We'd love to have teachers join us. And if parents, taxpayers, you can join up as supporters as well to keep track of the work we're doing. We're going to continue to fight to get America's education system back on track by bringing back common sense.
Absolutely. Ryan, thank you. Thanks for the great work you're doing now. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Ryan Walters here on Talk Radio 1210. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Coming up, Brian DeChambeau. Wild name, right? He's the guy that bulked up, was hitting a drive 360, 370 and all that. He had a little tiff in the British Open. I don't call it the Open. The U.S. Open's the Open. Oh, guess who he wanted to reach out and get involved on a rules decision? I'll explain that coming up, and we'll start to take your calls. Somebody or something you associate, it's all in the call, with tattoos or tattooing here on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I'm not voting for the character or the integrity or whatever he may lack. I want closed borders. I want a good economy. I want low crime. I want free speech. Everything that the MAGA platform is, that's what I want for this country. If a politician is your role model and idol, you're probably looking down the wrong avenue, right? Athletes, politicians, entertainers. I tell my daughters, Taylor Swift's not your role model. Your parents should be your role model.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Saw a t-shirt recently that said too much of anything is bad, unless we're talking about bacon. Now, we can debate that all day long, right? But the point is, portion control is a good thing. That can also be said about your retirement accounts. Too much risk, and you could get burned by a down market. Too conservative, and maybe you can't take that Alaskan cruise. Alan Cohen at Spectrum Wealth Partners understands portion control. He can build a retirement plan with a level of protection and risk designed specifically for you. And if you don't want any risk at all, he can do that too. Call Alan Cohen today for a free meeting to discuss it. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at SpectrumWP.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Today's gold price is brought to you by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, celebrating its 100th year anniversary, a fourth-generation company. Visit edelmanscoins.com to learn more. Today's gold market price is $4,016.46. Did you know untreated vein disease can get worse over time and impact your heart health? Early treatment matters. USA Vein Clinic treatments are quick, have little to no downtime, and covered by most insurance providers. Go to usaveinclinics.com and call 267-223-7162.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Miss any of the Dom Giordano program? Download and follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
All right, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Hit us with that all-time connection to tattooing. Who is it that Brian DeChambeau wanted to intervene with the Royal and Ancient, I think the RNA? They made a decision. I do think he improved his lie by matting down the grass that he was stomping on. And look, he's a guy, because of Going to Live and a bunch of other things, there's going to be antagonism. That course, I wouldn't want to be playing that. I don't see the beauty of any of this. It's like soccer, almost. Most of the British Open courses. And I played St. Andrews, the pot bunker in the middle of the fairway. Charming to look at. You don't want to play it. He wanted President Trump to intervene and try to get the RNA. And Trump has played with DeChambeau several times. I've seen him. Even at the White House, they were hitting balls at one point. So if Trump had intervened in that, oh, my God. First of all, they're not going to do it. It's not going to be like FIFA. You know, you don't have the corruption there. It's on. By the way, we've got a special guest coming up. How about the grass that the World Cup was played on yesterday? Who gets to sell that? How much can you sell it for? It could be worth millions, many millions maybe, depending on how much you sell. And Henry, you had how rabid this was. The Argentinians didn't want to pay the parking. I admire these guys. I think I'd fit right in home in Argentina.
Yeah.
I don't know the last time I paid. The station would have allowed me the other day when I had to go down there to pay and then, get reimbursed. I would not do it. I'm parking on the street. That's it.
Well, would you
What were they doing?
Well, would you do what they did and park miles away and then cross over multiple lanes of highways with barriers and and guardrails? Would you do that?
Got to
much?
consider that.
No,
I wouldn't.
way. I wouldn't do it. Mm-mm.
No.
Nope.
My God. Maniacs. What were they charging for parking? Probably $500.
I mean, at least. I mean, it was going for crazy numbers here, so I can only imagine what the final would go for in New Jersey, of all places.
And the average ticket price was $12,751.
Wow.
You know, we're entering an era where people have been beaten down, and I think the better example I can get, on pricing is what they were charging. Wall Street Journal for the Odyssey last Thursday or whatever, IMAX at least. People were scalping it and selling it, some of them over $1,000 a seat. Who is it that has all this crazy money to be going to home run derbies that are over $1,000? Yeah, and then let's go see the Odyssey over $1,000. How about if we take in the World Cup? Who is it?
Not me.
Are these middle-class people that have been beaten down by prices and tell themselves, wow, what the hell, I'll put it on my card, it'll be a memory? Oh, man. Yeah, but, honey, I don't know about crossing the Jersey Turnpike because of the parking. Come on, run a little bit. All right, let's go to Phil in Delaware. Phil is next in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Phil, good afternoon. What do you have today, Phil?
Hey, good afternoon and happy Hanukkah to you guys.
Well, thank you.
Way to start a Monday. I first wanted to address the issue about voting and voter fraud and voter suppression. I got to tell you, I was a poll worker for, I think, 6 years. And the last election, I put in, basically, there was a ballot that was put in that I just didn't agree with, so I confronted them. And long story short, they kicked it back, and I haven't been able to get hired back for a poll worker.
Okay.
And
right,
it's so bad. I was going to say it's so bad that in Delaware, you can pick up mail from an abandoned house or someone that's away on vacation and submit that, and they're fine unless the real person actually contests it and goes to vote. That's sick.
It is. Phil, what's your side today?
We were talking about last week about women that we're attracted to, and I got to tell you, nothing like a woman with a tattoo sleeve or, like they say, tramp stamp. Just really hot. Or a butterfly on their ankle.
Oh, my God. All right. Put you down for that, Phil. That was a bit of a surprise. Thank you, Phil. All right.
Just not on the face.
Thank you. I like the disclaimer, not on the face, but who knows?
That. Absolutely. Same here.
The sleeve, I think that's a very low quotient we're going to get.
I think the sleeve is a lot more attractive than like just a bunch of individual tattoos spread around. I think that looks awful.
Probably. They seem like they take their time. There's more artwork than Eat It Joe's and Misspelling Moms. That's true. Why did you get this one? Well, I was bored. There we go. There, we're starting down that path. All right. What percentage of people that are our listeners, noon until 3, Henry, would you say are tattooed? I would say 20%.
Yeah, I was going to say a quarter.
You were going with a quarter. If I had asked that 10 years ago, it would have been 5. But I think it could be 20. Yeah. Coming up, Stacey Garrity with us. Told you the other day what Democrats are doing to allow people that have been convicted of murder to be on the streets. The clock is ticking. She's running for governor. We'll get into everything with her on Talk Radio 1210.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
With American Heritage Credit Union, certificates and IRA savings products come in a variety of terms, like a 24-month certificate at 4.00% APY or a 12-month IRA certificate at 3.91% APY. For flexibility, consider our high-yield savings account with an APY of 3.10%. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/savings to learn more. Insured by the NCUA. Additional share insurance provided by ESI. Not a member? Join today.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Big issues, big guests. One of our favorites, Dom Giordano show here at the Shore. Stacey Garrity, Treasurer Garrity, running for governor, and we'll get her thoughts. We see the sad attack in Jordan over the weekend. The death toll now mounting a bit in the Middle East, a region she has a lot of experience with, and that type of sacrifice of people in the military. But really, the first thing we want to lead off with is closer to home. She's a principal figure sounding the alarm. A couple of weeks ago, it was Democrats taking scholarships away from poor kids. Now it's letting murderers out of jail, or at least screwing up the judicial system beyond belief as the clock ticks to this Friday. Let's go to candidate for governor Stacey Garrity on Talk Radio 1210. Stacey, welcome back to Philadelphia.
Hey, Dom. Great to be with you.
Well, we had one of our favorites, Donna Shuren from Montgomery County, call in the other day. She called my producer to come on because of what's going on with this second-degree murder. And D.A. Steele, he's a Democrat, but I think he's a very good D.A. out of Montgomery County, goaded her, she said, to make sure she did everything possible. He related what would happen here. Strangely, Governor, who's Attorney General, doesn't get asked about it, doesn't have anything to say about 1,165 cases that I'm told could result in second-degree murderers being let loose or retried. Your thoughts on what you know about it?
Yeah, I can't believe, Dom, that this isn't getting more attention. I mean, public safety absolutely shouldn't be political. And this is one of these issues where Pennsylvanians, they expect elected officials to work together and get the job done. But you know what? They would have to come back to Harrisburg to take care of this by Friday. And right now, it looks like they're not coming back until September 28th, as it stands now. And, this is just going to wreak havoc on, victims, the court systems, and our justice system needs a clear and constitutional sentencing framework. And we need to protect communities while preserving accountability. And public safety must remain the first priority.
It's miserable beyond belief not coming back, but particularly if they stay on vacation and stay out in the summertime. So as we understand it, Treasurer, the state Supreme Court said unconstitutional the statute around sentencing for second-degree murder. The Senate, led by a great colleague of yours, they addressed it in a bipartisan manner. The ball is now over in the House, for they have a one-seat majority, but they have Matt Bradford. And as a result, what in the world is the motivation? Do they really want to get these people out? Are they calculating that the media is so complicit there will be no price to pay if 1,165 is what she said the other day, Stacey, are let go or have to be retried?
This is absolutely a bipartisan issue. I applaud the Senate, my good friend, Senator Kristen Phillips Hill, for getting this done in a bipartisan way. And as you know, the state Supreme Court came out and said that second-degree felony murders, that you couldn't it was unconstitutional, basically, to automatically sentence them to life in prison. So, okay, we've had 6 months to get this fixed, and the clock's ticking, as you said, and Friday is the date. And, again, the issues about protecting Pennsylvania families, we need to stand with victims and make sure our justice system has the tools it needs to keep dangerous criminals behind bars. So the legislature needs to act before this becomes a public safety problem. Government has a responsibility to solve problems, not create new ones, and that's exactly what they're going to do if they don't get back in and get this taken care of. And I applaud Donna for sounding the alarm.
Would they just have to vote on the Senate bill, or do they want to recraft one of their own?
Well, first of all, they'd have to move it out of the Judicial Committee, and then they'd have to suspend the rules, and then they'd have to vote on it. I don't think they have time to craft their own, and I think what Senate Bill 1400 does, I support it because it puts a constitutional sentencing framework in place. It's going to protect the public, it's going to respect victims, and it's going to make sure violent offenders continue to face serious consequences. We can't afford to leave a gap in the law. And people are acting like it's some abstract legal debate. It's not at all. And
again, I'll speak for
political.
my branch of the media. To me, I just differ with so many of them. Whatever their position is on this, Stacey, this is a huge issue. This is life and death type of stuff. It ought to be front page. Now, in the governor's race, Josh Shapiro, I've seen him all over the place attacking Ken Paxton, Attorney General in Texas, etc. I haven't seen him use his authority to say anything about this.
No, he's too busy going on Morning Joe advocating for packing the courts when that's a federal issue.
Yes.
And then, of course, passed another late budget. He's 4 for 4, not in a good way. But, one of the fundamental responsibilities of government is to protect its citizens. And it doesn't matter if we're talking about crime, the economy, our communities. Pennsylvanians deserve leaders who anticipate problems and solve them. And these leaders, our legislature should not wait until there's a crisis to act. And, the Senate did not. But again, the House, that's why it's so important that, we need one seat to bring common sense back to the Commonwealth.
Absolutely. Now, in your race, polls are polls. We can't always rely on them. But Greg Rothman put it out, and I was intrigued by this, that you, despite what we hear in the media, you in this most recent poll, you were leading Josh Shapiro among men, but
yes,
not
the
female
latest
voters.
Quinnipiac, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
That's the case. It was the Quinnipiac poll that came out last week, and basically it slashed his lead by 5, which is 30%. So that was great news. I personally think it's probably less than that, but we'll see. But I'll tell you what, the polls are sure tightening.
They absolutely are. And again, I think it's name recognition. He has all the name recognition in the world, and he is governor. You're an unbelievable vote getter. But here, as you know, in this area, we have to continually reinforce who you are. And one of the things we talk about, and it comes up again and again in that area of the world, your great work when you ran a prison, among other things, in the military. Over the weekend, we see that Iran still has the ability to strike. Given your military background, do you think it's just in this era of drone warfare, no matter what the U.S. military does, it's going to be pretty hard to completely stamp out every tactic they have? They hit a military base in Jordan.
It really is. And, I had 3 combat tours all in the Middle East. And so these, you can't really negotiate with people that are very willing and happy to blow themselves up. And I want to say my thoughts and prayers are with the families of the servicemen that lost their lives in Jordan. I mean, it reminds you of John 15:13, greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends. And it's certainly a tragedy.
Yeah, absolutely. Wanted to find out on an issue that, as you know, when you come on with me, is a hot button here, is the AI issue. You've done several listenings. What's happening on that? What are you doing next on it?
So last week, gosh, I think it was Friday. Yeah, it was Friday. I went and visited a family farm, and this was in Union County. And this farm has been in their family for over 100 years. PP&L came out and threatened to use eminent domain to basically cut through the family farm to run a transmission line for a data center. Now, there are 2 other alternate routes where they do not have to cut through the farm. And the story the family told me, they were in tears because they just want to preserve their precious farmland and save it for the next generation. So again, this is a matter of common sense. We should call for a pause, and that's what people want. And these farmers said they're not against data centers; they just want to protect their farmland. And why on earth we would ever jeopardize our farmland when we have plenty of brownfield sites and old industrial sites that already have infrastructure there? That it would enhance the sites in a lot of cases. Look at what they did in Indiana County.
I would tell you this, in Jersey, there was a situation sort of like this, and nothing gets people angrier than what we're talking about now, particularly when there are alternatives. There's an arrogance. Josh Shapiro took a lot of money, got a lot of stuff going. He was the cheerleader on this.
Money.
A lot of money, and he stokes that campaign fund with that. Now he doesn't want to pay the price because that farm is exactly ground zero of just what people are afraid of. I think, fortunately, and I know you've done some of these, in the suburbs around Philadelphia, they have more education, more money, more potential clout. They're going to turn to people like you because they're not going to take it in Montgomery, Bucks County, and all this stuff. Every town meeting they have erupts with this.
Yes, I've done 5 listening sessions all over the Commonwealth, and the message is always the same. They want enough time just to get it right because this is a serious issue. I'm not advocating for any kind of 3-year moratorium. I think that's an excuse for politicians to kick the can down the road. I think we need to get the stakeholders around the table, make sure that they can get the zoning updated. These data centers need to bring their own energy, bring their own water, and they need to have community engagement agreements so that they are part of the community and they have some skin in the game. But ultimately, it should be up to the community. And why would a community want a data center if there's not a net positive for that community?
Yes, exactly right. This is a great area that you're on, and the farm definitely is something that reverberates. Stacy, to help out, to come to your events when you're in our area, where do people go to track what you're doing, maybe volunteer or contribute?
So go to GarityForPA.com, and you can actually see we posted a video last night of the farmers and their farmland. It's a little hazy because of the smoke that was still there on Friday, but it's just beautiful, beautiful land. And you can see the emotion, when they talk about it, that their families work so hard to keep this land. And they just want to have the opportunity for the next generation to enjoy what they did. So go to GarityForPH.com, volunteer. There's plenty to do. We have a lot of coalition groups being formed, and like we always say, this is an all hands on deck mission.
Absolutely. And closing. Thank you, Stacy. Good luck on the trail.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you for joining us, as always. All right, Henry, I think that's, I should have said it to her too, but just hit her person and ask, give us the best contact. I'm sure this farm wants to come on. I was kind of unaware of that. When this happens over in Jersey, where was it? Cranberry Township. There was a dispute. They're taking the farm away. Why? Well, and look, I am for a moratorium. I'm further along with this. The whole AI thing to me is very, very tenuous. Imagine there are other alternatives. Nope, this is better for us. Let's just use that word. That word ought to be used only in the most dire of circumstances. Eminent domain. Yep, that's right, buddy. Eminent domain you. Okay. That's what it meant. And the number of times, particularly on the left, they want to throw eminent domain out there. So we'll see about getting this farm on so you can hear that in more detail. And it's coming to our area, but here people are more well-heeled maybe, able to fight back a good bit more. 855-839-1210. You get a line. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is push pound 1210, an incendiary device, and I've been looking, I don't have an update, and a suspect has been taken into custody, was exploded, federal building right near the ICE offices. You see what's happening here? The attacks, and they're going to continue to ratchet up, and the other side's going to continue to try to ratchet up. In New York, that happened this morning. We'll let you know if there are more details, but they do have a suspect in tow after whomever threw this bomb or whatever the device was that exploded. A lot of smoke there at ICE offices. It is an all-out pushback on this. Okay, great stuff from Stacey Garrity. Particularly this second-degree murder all this week. Well, maybe somebody else tomorrow, too. I mean, imagine 1,165 cases. And someday we'll read one of these murderers murdered somebody listening now, their family, or attacked someone or did something, and we'll go, oh, well, it could have been prevented. Just like people here illegally can't murder people if they're not here illegally. It's the same principle. They had their day in court. They're guilty. They belong in jail. You heard the backstory. Okay. The Supreme Court said not constitutional. Can't put them in jail for life, etc. Okay. Then what do? We recraft it where that it doesn't become mandatory. They have to be adjudicated for life, I guess. And on we go. And the Democrats are saying, we're not going to show up for that. Let them loose. So the Democrats in the House in the last 2 or 3 weeks are more interested in attacking parents trying to get their kids out of the god-awful Philadelphia schools than they are keeping second-degree murderers convicted in jail. This is who they are. They're engaged in hand-to-hand combat with our safety, our peace of mind, etc. And they're doing it off the backs of a one-vote majority. All right, coming up, good news front on the trans issue. We'll give you that, what big-time women's tennis said they're going to do tomorrow, officially. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You know what's amazing to me, Don, is the national media. Anytime Philly's in the spotlight, it's just so lazy. Patch, Geno's, Boys to Men, the Rocky statue. Like, is that all we are? 4 tourist attractions and a washed-up R&B band from the mid-90s? There's more to Philadelphia than that. And they just go for the low-hanging, hey, we once booched Santa Claus.
Embarrassing.
Haven't heard that 30,000 times? Way to go.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767.
It's bigger, it's better. It's the 4th of July sales event at Tri-County CDJR. This month, get up to 20% off MSRP on select new 2026 Ram 1500 models. Come find bigger deals and better value at 422jeep.com. Available on select models with approved credit. Customers must qualify, plus tax, title, license, registration, and applicable government fees. Offers expire July 31st, 2026.
When their world isn't safe, they need someone to notice, to wonder and worry, to be their voice. If you suspect child abuse in any way, report it. You can be their hero. Your call can change their world.
Report suspected abuse by calling 1-800-932-0313 or visit keepkidssafe.pa.gov for more information. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
There's nothing simple about choosing an engagement ring. Most people don't know where to start. That's why they turn to Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton. JR will walk you through every step: diamonds, settings, styles, and how to choose what actually fits their budget and their partner. There's no pressure and no confusion, just straightforward guidance and a wide selection to compare with confidence. The goal is simple: leave knowing you made the right decision. Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time, coming to your calls. Something associated with tattoos. I think of one of the worst images is at the foul line, players catching their breath in the NBA and a lot of sweat, and then everybody or a lot of people have tattoos. Oh, man, it just doesn't look great look. Let's go to Robert in Ben Salem to start off, though, here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, afternoon.
Hey, Dom, Henry, it's good to talk to you guys today. I hope you've had a good weekend.
Absolutely.
I do have a quick question. Should I rate Robert of Ben Salem in the write-ins for Fitzpatrick's race, or Robert from Ben Salem?
Let's see. No, I think you're so well known, Robert of Ben Salem. From is not as good as of. If you're Robert of Ben Salem,
Ditto.
that is a singular thing. I'm no longer, Robert, as I said, going to say, we got to have it. Western civilization depends on it. The only Republican that the NEA endorsed, my God, what in the world have we come to here?
I suspect that there are similar support for Tomlinson at the state level. I'm still trying to figure out who I'm going to write in for that race. But I just think that they lie about it all the time. They say, this money comes out of education. No, it's very much still in education. It just comes out of your control. And if we did vouchers the way they had been proposed, like back when they proposed it, the state was given $6,500 a year for each student, and they were suggesting taking $3,000 of that and giving it to the kid to go to another school, leaving the other 3,500 in the system. So they would have wound up with more money per student in their system if they hadn't blocked the vouchers.
Well, right. And Robert, you know the podcast I do, Old School, New School, Next School, devoted to school choice nationwide. I proposed the other day exactly what you said, the ransom school choice program. We're going to give Democrats for their wasteful spending this, and they'll give us school choice over here of some nature. Guy Shiraki was on with me. He said they tried that a little bit. It was 10-1 what they were offering, and they still rejected it. That's how crazy they are to stop kids and their parents. But the ransom way is the way to go to expose this.
And it's kind of ironic because when you're dealing with the teachers' unions, ransom is actually a proper word to use because I believe they hold our children for ransom. And they are the epitome of evil. And one of the reasons why we have these young whack jobs out there throwing themselves at ICE vehicles. They were taught this in school, man. They don't want educated students. They want foot soldiers for their stupid socialist revolution. And they don't give a damn about the kids that are going to basically forfeit their lives for it, man. They don't care. They don't care about anything, Dom. But I'll get to my side question. I'm going to go, when they were up in the Himalayas, when the ice is receding, they found the body of a person who had been out hunting. They thought he might have been murdered. They named him Otzi the Iceman. They dated him to 3300 BC, and they found 61 calligraphic therapeutic tattoos on his body. Dots and lines and things like that, the oldest known tattoo in history. And I'll leave it there. You guys have a great day, all right?
Thank you, Robert. Hey, remember, too, we got great prize here today, too, for Dom's Money Melody. Wow. Pair of lawn tickets to see Tim McGraw this Thursday, July 23rd. I wonder if we might have them because it's only a 2-day side question since I'll be off down here at the shore. I'll be on tomorrow. So you want to get in on this and have a great shot at great prizes and Money Melody at 2:13 today. That is a good research on that. Reminds me, Fox, I think it was only a year or two because, you know, after the guy escapes from prison, the guy that went into prison, I forget for what reason, to avenge a murder or he murdered somebody on the outside and knew he was going to escape, he drew a map, tattooed it on his body of the escape from prison.
Yeah, Prison Break.
Oh, is that what it was called? It only seemed like it was a couple-year show. The guy was a pretty good actor, too.
Yeah, was it Jesse Williams, I think?
I
never saw the show.
Yeah, I only saw it a little bit, but I mean, are they not going to check you on that and go, whoa, wait. Maybe not.
Well, I remember like the premise of it was Wentworth Miller. That's who played Schofield.
Okay.
Remember the premise of it was really intricate. Like you almost had to like defocus your eyes in order to see the map.
Okay, that's how they did it. Okay. By the way, too, we talked about the tickets, $12,751 on average at the World Cup. Also, I love this line, the jock tax. The Argentinian team got $50 million. Okay, but New Jersey said, you got to love New Jersey, in this column about how much they have to pay since the game was held not in New York but in Jersey. New Jersey does not recognize international tax treaties. You got to love Jersey. We'll go to war. You know, Argentina, you're going to put that money up. You see these guys, dope. We're going back to Argentina. We're not going to pay that jock tax. What are they going to do, come to Argentina and get us? How is Jersey going to collect that money? We got a great state rep coming up, friend of Dawn Fantasia, to talk about the selling of the grass from the stadium and how FIFA gets it all, apparently. And the big question is this. Was it worth it for New Jersey? It seemed to me that it was worth it for Philadelphia. I guess I could make the case, sort of. And I didn't see Philadelphia putting down excessive amounts of money. They invested a good bit. But Jersey went nuts. Is that worth it? Oh, yeah, just think of all these people that are going to come back. Look, this stuff, anytime one of these experts tells you, oh, my God, there'll be gold in the streets. The dentist convention's in town. That's got to be worth $50 million. Dom Giordano Day in Wildwood, where I am, we pegged it at $1.6 million. We could have said billion. People coming here talking about it. How many times did I advertise Wildwood? You get a real economist, they're going to go, all right, Dom Giordano Day in Wildwood. I'd put it at about 50 cents. All right, Kirk, you take that one. What would you put the economic development of Dom Giordano Day in Wildwood at?
I would say $1 billion.
Thank you very much. Henry, how about you?
I think when that day happens, it like triples the town's GDP.
Yeah, they shut down the roller coasters. They're coming over there. Oh, my God. All right. It's a perfect example because this is what they do. Jersey, though, does not recognize, they told the Argentinian tax attorney, we don't recognize international tax treaties. Yeah, but the United States says, and Trump says, you're not going to collect that jock tax on us. Henry, who was it? It was a quarterback for Seattle, right, that owed money or was pretty close to owing money after the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah, Darnold, yeah.
Yeah.
Because the game was played in California. Yeah.
How could it come close to owing money after the Super Bowl, for the Super Bowl day?
Because it was, I'm pretty sure he did. I'm pretty sure they owed like $60,000 or something, something or other like that. It's just the insane tax system they have over in California.
Yeah, and I live for the way to beat them is to find stuff like that. And over the weekend, our buddy Scott Presler had it was approaching $500 million or so. No, it was approaching 900. It was approaching 1 billion views on Twitter because Presler put out that meme about the head of Olive Garden ought to be in charge of the SAVE Act, ought to be in charge of the Senate, because you saw what you have to do to prove your identity. Photo ID, you can't transfer it. You know, the bottomless pasta bowl, that kind of thing. And then people picked up on it. Listen to this one. What if I gave birth at an Olive Garden location? Is the baby entitled to a never-ending pasta pass? Look, it's not exactly logical, but this is what they're mocking. They're mocking the ability to be reasonable about birthright citizenship, about non-citizens voting, etc. All right, we're going to talk with Mike in Ganamorph. Mort.
There we go.
In Ganamort. I came pretty close.
Yeah, no, you got it.
I get a more try. I'm just going to call him, hey, Mike, from now on. All right, thank you for the phonetic. Wait a minute. It went over the line here on my screener here. It's that long. How about Mike I? Okay. He sent us some stuff on the grass at the pitch. Do you have to call it a pitch, not a stadium? Where they played yesterday. Does Jersey get a cut of that? And the big question is was it worth it to Jersey to do this? It did bring joy. A lot of these people were joyful. They had fun, as Henry said, the Argentinian crew running across the Jersey Turnpike or related lanes. Yeah, multiple highways because they had to park so far away. That is just amazing. And still lost. Oh, my God. 855-839-1210. You get in. We'll talk with the representative about all that, and we'll get more of your calls. And we got a great progressive woman gone wild today, all in the rest of this hour on Talk Radio 1210.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to install a mailbox.
Let's go.
But there's one critical step before digging.
Wait, what?
Call 811 to have utility companies mark their underground lines. Failure to do so will result in catastrophic gas line damage. This message will not self-destruct, but your yard might if you don't contact 811 before you dig. Visit pa1call.org.
Maybe I should have listened to the home message first.
Your heart's rhythm is what keeps you moving through life. And when AFib throws it off, every beat matters. The elite team at Deborah Heart and Lung Center diagnose and treat AFib with advanced technology and a focused expertise, measurably better outcomes from one of the leading heart hospitals in the nation. From diagnosis through recovery, it's the team that's with you every step of the way. Because when it's your heart, don't take chances. DemandDeborah.org.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code WINNER to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code WINNER to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code WINNER.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph. Or visit McCullough'sAutoRepair.com.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. The fact checker, I got caught up a little crazy with the jock tax. They're not going after the Argentinians first. They're going after the Spaniards since they did win. I think they got the $50 million. Argentina, I'm not sure how much they split up. But New Jersey says we do not recognize international tax treaties. I said that because FIFA is incredibly corrupt, and President Trump seems to love the FIFA guy. Will they ever actually pay that tax? I ask that because, from my view, what FIFA did to New Jersey was just outrageous. They pillaged it. Did Jersey have any kind of win by having the biggest game of 4 years, the biggest match, right there on home turf? And what are they going to do with that grass? How do they authenticate it? Joining us to lay this out is Assemblyman Mike Inganamorph, who is a friend of Dawn Fantasia.
Close.
That's how we first spoke with Mike. He's with us on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Mike, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks a lot, Dom. Great to be here.
So I think you sent Henry something. I was intrigued, too. How would they whack up the grass money? You can tell us. But it's broader than that Mikey Sherrill at the 11th hour making these moves that she's protecting New Jersey taxpayers. Now, she didn't sign it off, but her party and Phil Murphy did. So tell us about the grass first.
Well, Dom, I like how you introduced this segment. The FIFA as an organization has really been pillaging New Jersey and our taxpayers, who are on the hook for not only $13 million in infrastructure improvements within MetLife Stadium, not only $26 million to advertise the games, not only $50 million to the World Cup host committee, not only $300 million in additional public investment in and around the Meadowlands. The list goes on. And what did we get out of this exactly? It's unclear. We got to sharpen our pencils, do the math, and see if we actually end out of this experience in the black or not. It's not clear to me that we do. But the grass, Dom, is the latest indignity in this whole thing. New Jersey taxpayers paid for that grass. $13 million paid for that grass. And now FIFA is going to go and sell it to make a quick buck. We called them out on it. And as a matter of fact, FIFA walked it back to a degree and said they'd share some of those proceeds with the New York, New Jersey World Cup host committee. I still got a problem with that because I don't think New Yorkers deserve any of those proceeds when it was New Jersey taxpayers that paid for it in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. And it brings up this big question that people in the legislature, and what do they believe these spectaculars are good for the state, the quality of life and all that? Somebody's hooked in somewhere, or a lot of people are hooked in somewhere, and that's how this goes down. And any economist would say, what did this really do, again, for New Jersey? People were joyful that went there, but I don't know that it was exclusively New Jersey. I didn't see any net benefit. What about that side of it? They're saying, though, but people will come back to Jersey because of this.
Well, I'm not so sure. You know, this is the blessing and the curse of being so close to the greatest city in the world, New York City. If you're coming to the United States for the first time, and I was really pleased, I'm sure you were, with the experience that so many Europeans and folks from Asia and Africa and South America had, first-time visitors to the United States traveling around our great, beautiful country, really saw the real America, and I think left with a very positive impression. But closer to home, at least in northern New Jersey, where this final game was played, we're right next to New York City. And these tourists spent their tourism dollars in New York. Go see a Broadway show, go shopping on Fifth Avenue, walk around Broadway. It's not clear to me that they spent the bucks, made the hotel reservations, ate out at our restaurants in New Jersey. So, again, this is the blessing and curse of being so close to the greatest city in the world. I think we needed to manage our expectations on the front end about the actual upside here. Governor Murphy, who secured these games, didn't see it that way. He wanted them so bad because he's a big soccer guy. I'm afraid he gave away the farm.
Yeah, and there's that. He seems to not give benefits to the women's soccer team. There's that with Murphy. He's such a big fan of it, as I remember. Let's talk about Mikey Sherrill now, in your view, day to day, where we are with her. Some of my buddies, like Matt Rooney, I think Rich, saying that she's already bored with being governor. She's already running, I guess, as a VP candidate or even presidential candidate, if not this time, the next time.
Well, that may be, but we see how it works out when New Jerseyans take their eye off the ball and look at the White House. I wish we had a governor focused exclusively on serving this state because we have big challenges here. I think today is the 6-month mark of Governor Sherrill's term in office. What has she done so far? She's given a near daily weather report. She's saddled us with a budget, the biggest in state history, that raises taxes, that increases spending, that increases the structural deficit in the state. And as far as I'm concerned, hasn't touched the two biggest problems New Jersey state government faces today. That is our state health benefit plan for public employees and our broken school funding formula. Until and unless she gets serious about solving the big problems in New Jersey, I don't think she has any business looking at national office.
Yeah, I would agree. It seems preposterous. Mike, I know this is like the third wire, the electricity in Jersey. I saw that Fairleigh Dickinson put out, I guess it's the annual poll, about pumping your own gas. And it was down to only 64%, but it is across lines, Republican, Democrat, old, young, that said, how dare you? You must not pump your own gas in Jersey. I'm a big pump your own gas guy. It seems to be declining, though. You're seeing a little bit of wiggle room. Do you think in our lifetime that will ever change?
That is a great question, Tom. Our lifetime, God willing, is a long time. Will it ever change? I'm not so sure. I don't think it's changing in the short term, put it that way. This is part of the culture here in New Jersey. Folks don't like to pump their own gas, and they're pretty indignant about it. The thing I would just point out, however, and we might see this the same way, is that I don't think anyone out there is advocating for eliminating full service at a gas station, but rather providing the choice or the option.
Yeah, choice. Choice is always the option.
Yeah, exactly. So long as you're always providing that full service option, I think reasonable people can have a conversation about what that looks like. But listen, New Jerseyans are pretty clear. They don't like pumping gas.
Exactly. All right, what's the next big thing as we go through the summer and coming up, or even after the summer, that you see happening in Jersey? Where's the point of contact? Is it something cultural? Is it schools? What is it that's coming up?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we've been so focused the last 4 months, at least I have, being on the budget committee down in Trenton there. It's been entirely about our $60.7 billion budget, the largest in state history with higher taxes and spending, as I just said. But really, as we come into the fall, I really hope that Governor Sherrill finally gets serious about what I just told you are the two biggest issues in the state. We got a state health benefits plan that is walloping public employees, small towns, school districts, counties, you name it, with 20, 30, even 40% premium hikes. Can you imagine that year over year, your premiums going up by 20% or a lot more? That's a lot to stomach. That's hitting people's pockets, their wallets, and municipal budgets up and down the state. The other is the school funding formula. It's broken. I'm tired of hearing from the Sherrill administration that we're looking at a record investment in public education. So long as you're funneling that through a broken system, a broken formula, and it's not reaching the students who need it, and every other month it seems like we're closing an elementary school in this state, what difference does that top line number make? We got to make sure these dollars are getting past administrators and systems that are failing students and actually helping the people who need it.
Well, it seems to me, though, in Newark and also Asbury Park, it's ungodly. What's the student spending in places? And they're both abysmally deficient. Mike, do you have any idea, ballpark figure? Is it 35,000 in Asbury Park?
Yes, well, I can speak to Newark a bit more precisely. That is absolutely the case in a place like a Newark. And keep in mind who's picking up that tab. Of Newark's $1.6 billion school budget, $1.3 billion of it comes from New Jersey state taxpayers. So I don't think it's unreasonable. This is what Republicans on the Budget Committee throughout the past 4 months have been calling for, is a little more accountability in the city of Newark and these other districts where state tax dollars are going. Not because those kids don't deserve an opportunity, but specifically because they haven't been given opportunity. Too many in the Democratic Party assume funding equals better results. We've learned that's not the case. They are failing these kids. They deserve better.
Absolutely. Where do we find you on X or Twitter?
You bet. On X, it's Mike in Ganamort. That's in Ganamort with a T at the end, Dom. And on Facebook, Assemblyman Mike in Ganamort.
Mike in Ganamort. Thank you, Mike. It. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for your indulgence. It only took 50 tries. Thanks, Mike, very much.
Thanks, Tom. Appreciate it.
Thank you. It seems to be an interesting coalition of three people we really like in Jersey getting together, talking about the next governor candidate. Mike was one, Dawn Fantasia, and Paul Kinitra, who's very passionate. All right, so you heard, is this stuff, Philadelphia, I have to go back and see how much they spent. But overall, their investment, let's call it that, was minimal versus the benefit. Lemon Hill on the map, real estate values, whatever real estate's there. But Jersey, they got taken to the cleaners. You heard some of those numbers that you put out. They're ridiculous. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Coming up, we have today's progressive woman gone wild, a really good one. A teachers union head, and we got a great prize. Tim McGraw, around 213 for the Money Melody. Might have that for the end of the week tomorrow, so to speak, with the side question, which we already pretty much agree on. It'll be that line of poetry or from a play, and it's all in the telling. By the way, Newman Price says, what on YouTube, Henry? I can't see.
He called you Tom, not Dom.
Oh, my God. All right, thank you for checking that. Imagine the tattoo guy. Yeah, I put it down what you told me, D-O-N, Don. All right.
Would you rather be Don or Tom?
Yeah, that's right. What's the time? Yeah, I'm still looking for the Boeing shirt. I can remember it. It had white lettering. It was blue, like a light blue. Very complimentary Boeing shirt.
Nice.
We'll have that. 855-839-1210. Jump in. Somebody, something tattooed or part of the tattooing culture. That's what we're looking for here on Talk Radio 1210.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210wpht.com/911story. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210wpht.com/911story.
Have you looked at your roof lately? Dawn Stensland here. If not, don't wait until the fall. Once cooler weather and storms arrive, small roofing issues can quickly become expensive repairs. Right now is the perfect time to protect your home and save. Through July 31st, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding is offering 25% off a brand new roof. And here's why I trust Chapman. They're a GAF certified plus contractor, which means they can offer enhanced warranty protection that most roofing companies simply cannot. So if you've been thinking about replacing your roof, right now is the best time to beat the fall rush. Lock in your savings. Enjoy peace of mind before the seasons change. Call Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding today. Schedule your free consultation. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Offer ends July 31st. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Could this year get any f***ing worse?
Dom Giordano presents... Progressive Women.
Your words are garbage, and you're a bad person at this point.
Gone Wild.
Absolutely. A real winner today. This is Allegheny County, Pittsburgh area, right? Spokesperson Abigail Gardner, who has pronouns, the pronouns in her bio, tells a local radio host, Henry, book this woman. What would I say? I'm going to ask what you think we should say. To kill herself because she disagreed with her about the air quality. Here is Abigail.
Pull over when it's an emergency. Air quality should be better by tomorrow, allegedly, according to the weather. But for today, Colin Dunlap said we're all soft, we're overreacting. Our forefathers used to be outside in the smog and smoke a pack on top of it. And to that I say, you're right, Colin. you should go outside and smoke a pack on a bridge and then jump. Have a great weekend, everyone.
Wow. Henry, you cut this. People are hearing it in staccato form here. Your thoughts on what she's proposed? It's the Canadian wildfires, right?
Yeah, that's what she's referring to.
Yeah, so smoke a pack and then jump off the bridge.
And she's single.
That's a wild one to do, yeah. I don't even think I have words for this one. I mean, I just feel like that was so out of left field. Like, is it that wrong to, I don't know, say the air quality's not that bad?
Yeah, and also, people bring up all the time, and look, we don't want to be the guy, that guy, back in the day, but there are plenty of examples where, it's inconvenient, but people used to be able to overcome it, put up with it, and she is the spokesperson. She's not, it's this local radio host. I don't even know if he had her on. She's saying this after his comments.
Yeah, this is just her Instagram story.
Yeah. It's worth an email is what I'm saying. Okay. I'd love to have her tell me, in a public position like that, wishing someone kill themselves, particularly when you're coming from the left, I perceive this to be, is somewhat crazy. I haven't seen an apology or anything else, but it's pretty remarkable that you would go down this path. Because the guy, probably talk radio, from what I could tell, was saying, oh, well, back in the day, people would have put up with this. It was a normal hazard. I didn't think it was overwhelming. Now, if you're jogging or doing something like that during some of it last week, yeah, I think maybe you want to rest on the one day, maybe not. It wasn't crushing, though. And we're starting to get used to this every year. Wow. Kill yourself, though. Now, she didn't say kill yourself. She said jump off a bridge.
Right.
So I hear you, because I'm about ready to launch another WNBA story coming up, Henry. I don't know if you've seen this, the coach of the Giordano team.
I have, yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that at 2 o'clock, where this time Angel Reese is involved, not Caitlin Clark. And guess who's a big fan of Caitlin Clark? Who? LeBron James.
Oh.
And particularly for the 30-point tennis, whatever it is that she did on Friday that was pretty
10,
good.
Yeah.
All the more reason why we need LeBron James coming here to Philadelphia. He announces at 8 p.m. tonight.
That's the rumor.
I would put it at 50-50. I think we got a 50% shot that he's coming here.
I would divide that by 10, in my opinion.
Oh, my 5% shot.
Look, the way I see it is that it's 5% here, 5% Miami, 5% Golden State, and then the other 85% are in Cleveland. Like, I just cannot get my hopes up for this guy. He's just going to go back to Cleveland. He's going to go back home for the third time.
I'll take that pizza bet, unfold it. By the way, if you want to see the most outrageous, Guy Shiraki found this pizza and how we all over top of pizza. Look at the folding they do in Naples. I'm not going back to Italy again after this.
Wow.
Nicely
done.
My Twitter page. No, it's pretty bad.
I mean, they're folding like a crepe.
Scott Presler has said he will cut his hair. I think he means to like a reasonable level if they pass the SAVE Act. His hair, he's like Samson. That's his distinguisher more than anything. Would Scott Presler be Scott Presler with a big haircut? I don't know. That's how serious he is about getting this over the finish line. All right, we got a great prize at 2:14. A pair of tickets to see Tim McGraw this Thursday. You'll be playing for with Dom's Money Melody vis-a-vis Henry. I'll tell you the WNBA story coming up too, and I see some good ones. Let's get into, for the side question today, something associated with tattoos or tattooing. Person, place, or thing on Talk Radio 1210.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life, it was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
If you drive a truck, Jeep, SUV, or any vehicle equipped with any and all-terrain type tires, this promotion is for you. Right now, during United Tire's Terrain Tough Tire event, buy any set of 4 all-terrain or mud-terrain tires and save $100 on your tires, plus $50 off a wheel alignment. That's $150 in total savings. United Tire carries the trusted brands you know, backed by honest service and expert technicians who keep you driving with confidence. Visit your neighborhood United Tire today. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free. Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. I am hoping LeBron James says tonight, yes, it is Philadelphia. We'll see. I know some people very doubtful. We'll have that tomorrow to talk about. But the WNBA, the Toronto Tempo head coach Sandy Brondello used a phrase with the word species. I'm putting species in quotes to describe Angel Reese after at least skirmish that went on with these teams. And Reese plays now for the Atlanta Dream. She said, or I'm not sure if she said or she referred to her as a protected species during a live on-court conversation with referees. So it wasn't that she's out there doing a news conference saying that she's gone back and forth with the referees. This occurred late in the game after a collision between Reese and a player for Toronto who was injured and required help off the court. Now, Brondello, who's from Australia, used protected species as sports slang from her home country, she claims, which denotes a star player receiving preferential or softer calls from officials. Kind of a weird phrase. Now, she got a 1-game suspension for this. I don't think the WNBA spelled it out, but the suggestion is that's another racist phrase or has tinges of it after Angel Reese on her social media said, "Are we surprised?" alongside a clown emoji, referring that remark carried negative racial undertones, and she got suspended for this. I'm not going to say even some of them. I don't want to be caught up in it. I remember some pretty innocent ones that people have made versus ones that might have been inappropriate. But I just thought it was a weird phrase, and the word species seems to drive it. But also the idea, would you come up with protected species? You know, the first thing that comes to your mind with this is endangered species. I thought it was some kind of threat or something, and now I know the context. And again, she gets a 1-game suspension from this. This league is just, well, they're publicizing themselves. I'm not sure, all publicity is good. I don't believe that. I don't know that they're helping themselves by a constant undercurrent that plays out with this. It's not just with Clark. And by the way, with Clark, as much as I admire her talent and think what's happened to her in the WNBA is out of line, there is a certain whiny quality in certain situations I've seen with referees. I don't know, last 3 or 4 games I see snippets of it that undermines her cause a bit. But this constant language battle. I mean, there are some times where someone in this situation says something that is not acceptable today. It's not a phrase that's used appropriately today. And sometimes people tell them that. But this, you could argue, is a cultural thing. If so, I mean, did the WNBA check and see if this is what they say in Australian circles, basketball or otherwise, this person's protected? I don't know why they would throw the phrase species in. That's what seems to trigger it. Henry, do you know anything more about this?
No, I don't have, I guess, more news to add about it, I guess. But I didn't think it was such a bad quote. I mean, I can understand where they're coming from with the species. I understand what you're saying. But, like, when you say protected species, like maybe this may be in a white guy, I think of like sea turtle eggs at the beach. Like, you got to give them special treatment, preferential treatment. And, yeah, if a star is getting preferential calls, you're going to call it out to the referees. If that's the way they do it in Australia, that is something.
The WNBA should have said, hey, we looked into it. We'd have taken a phone call. You know what? Do they use that there? If they do, because it's an odd phrase to make that up and throw species in, it's ridiculous. Well, this coach learned, shut up. Don't say anything about Angel Reese in situations like this. In this league, you're walking on thin ice. One other thing in women's sports. Tomorrow, Jennifer Say, who's often on our show, in the trans issue, tomorrow the Women's Tennis Tour introduces mandatory gene testing for eligibility. The new policy will go into effect on Tuesday, and it's the same eligibility mandate as the World Athletics introduced and the International Olympic Committee announced for the 2028 Games. The SRY gene is involved in the male typical sex development and is found on the Y chromosome. The policy defines it as the gene responsible for turning undifferentiated gonads into testes rather than ovaries. They recognize it's sensitive, they say. This policy distinguishes between biological sex and gender identity and between biological females and biological males solely to the extent necessary to ensure the policy is clear and has the intended effect. Now, here's the thing that jumped out at me. Up until now, whether the person was declared their identity as female or non-binary, it kept the concentration of testosterone in their blood below 2.5 NMOL, when competing, and the 2 years before. So in other words, they had a testosterone standard. And what this tells me is they're saying, you know what? Even that is not enough. Nope. I mean, this is so competitive. Now, not that I know anybody. The New York Times says nobody is transgender or whatever here declared. But this is a big step because we were told in the past, all right, you just have to keep testosterone down. I don't know if that means taking something that suppresses and or whatever the levels are, probably suppressant. Now they're saying, no, that's not good enough. Now, I know this battle is exhausting and over the strand stuff, but remember the politics of this. We are winning. We're winning slowly, which means they have to jump into the ring and do this. Here's what Jennifer Say said, though, that's important and interesting. No female tennis player. Now, since I've been on the air, I'm not sure if they have or not, but when I came on this morning, when I saw this, no female tennis player has yet said, yes, thank God for this, or this is a good policy, or even this is fair. What are they afraid of? You know what they're afraid of. And until Martina Navratilova is one, I don't know if Chris Everett's ever said anything, who does sort of say stuff. Until they speak up, until they band together to do that, it will not have as much popular effect. I'm sure they're glad they don't have to compete with somebody who has an edge, even a slight edge in women's tennis. By the way, Henry, a little point of fact. Do you think we could, when I hit a good drive, like, say, 250, and it's going to find a fairway potentially, I do utter a noticeable grunt as the ball comes off the club face, all right? The guys I play with, Luke and a friend of his, notice that all the time. When did it start? I think it was the Russian woman, the tall blonde, that was noticeably making the noise on almost every shot.
Are you talking
and
about
then
Maria
other
Sharapova?
women seemed to follow. She was the most pronounced that I remember.
Yeah, no, she's definitely the queen of the grunt for sure.
Yeah.
I feel like that's been a part of women's tennis my entire life, and then, you know, more so the men when it gets late in the match and they're struggling just to get a point.
Yes.
Yeah, I feel like that's been just a part of tennis my entire life.
I like it. I don't find distracted by it.
Neither do I.
Except a part of it that it's all out effort, but she was the sort of the architect of it.
Oh, totally.
All right. Let me go. So when you hear this tomorrow, they did have the testosterone standard, and now they're kind of repealing that. All these major agencies are doing this. So why are Democrats fighting? Because they're afraid of this part of their base. They're willing to die on this hill metaphorically, and on it goes. Politically, it's a loser. Let's go to Kevin in Bucks. Kevin's next on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Kevin, afternoon.
Good afternoon. So first of all, it was the non-Russian Monica Seles that really revolutionized the grunt in tennis.
Seles, you think? I'm trying to remember. I remember her being attacked, and that really ruined her career. You may be right. Seles might have been the first. The Russian was just so prominent, attractive, et cetera, doing it. Yeah, but Monica Seles was a better player. Yeah.
So anyway, 2 years ago, I was at our local AMVET's 4th of July party, and I was wearing my Zioli Army shirt. And the Lesser Fitzpatrick just kept giving me the googly, oogly, evil eyes, waiting for him to come up to me to say, what's this all about? But he never bothered to approach me. He approached basically everyone else there, but not me.
Oh, boy.
Shows you what a lesser he is. And then for the movie, I would say this is the movie that actually kind of started Chris Nolan's career, and that would be 1999's Memento. Guy Pearce had short-term memory, so he kept tattooing reminders on his body.
Oh, my God. Wow, what
so
a premise.
Say, like, don't trust him, he's a liar, and then he's having in the middle of a conversation with Pantaleone, I forget the guy's name. Joey Pantaleone, right?
Yeah, Joey Pants,
and then he looks down and says, don't trust him, he lies, and he kills him.
Oh,
but not remembering, and Carrie Ann Moss is there as a bartender, and he's telling her, I have short-term memory. She's really. So she takes his pint glass, spits in it, hands it over to him. He continues to talking, and then he takes a sip.
All right, that's an
it's
Memento.
a classic.
Thank you, Kevin. Thanks
you've never seen
very much
Memento,
for that.
Dom?
That's kind of showing. I try to write everything down every second. Excuse me, when I make this left turn, I have to write this down.
You never seen Memento?
I have not seen Memento.
It's Christopher Nolan's like first film essentially.
Okay.
It's where he kind of got his like non-linear storytelling style from.
Okay.
That's where he started really finding his
That's
his
an
niche
interesting
with that.
premise. I mean, my God.
Oh yeah, it's
Well,
not my
Iverson-
favorite movie of his, but it's a good one.
Yeah, I took Iverson off by saying, he said, oh, it's reminders of where I came from and all this. I could see one as inspiration, but, come on. All the Chinese lettering, don't you have to translate it? You're getting ready for a game? Where's my Chinese dictionary? All right. Drew in Upper Darby is in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Drew, afternoon.
Hey, Dom, I appreciate it. Thanks, man. Hey, Dom, earlier in the show, you were talking about, like, taxes and the revenue, and I don't know if you remember, Dom, but, like, I don't know if it was late 80s or early 90s when Mayor Ed Rendell, the city was really struggling fiscally, and Mayor Ed Rendell put all the professional teams on notice. He basically told them that if you're going to come here and play for that one day, we're going to tax you.
Mm-hmm.
So it could, like, the whole organization, say the San Francisco 49ers, even if the owner came, hey man, he's there making money, through his team, all the way down from the owner to the water boy. And I just think that was pretty ingenious, man. It garnered a lot of money for the city.
I think it's insidious, but I'm on the other side. I mean, you're bringing something to the city. And you know what they said? I remember the line, Drew, to your point. Well, do you want to have a fire there on the sideline? There'd be nobody to put it out. Can you imagine? Gee.
Yeah. Yeah, it was controversial, but yet, hey, man, the city was in bad shape. But
okay.
Hey, Dom, on my side answer, when I was growing up hanging out with my friends in the 70s, just about every one of us, their father was in World War II. You know what I mean? And they all had like their different things, and like I was thinking, if these World War II guys, they were like a generation away from Trump. If they were still voting for if they were still alive, it would have been, they all would have voted that way. Like, we could sure use them during these midterms coming up now, millions of them. But my point, my father was in the Navy, and I always think about, you see it in movies, TV shows, the Navy veterans always have that anchor, like on their forearm, that says USN, the Navy anchor. So that's what I thought about.
All right, thank you, Drew. I saw Jaws was on, again, a lot on AMC over the weekend, and Jaws 2. And, of course, the scene on the boat, the USS Indianapolis, when they're sharing war stories of, I had this happen to me, and he shows that tattoo. But right now, for a great prize, it's time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Has all the money gone?
That is right. And again, boy, we've been cranking them out here. Again, I probably have it tomorrow, too. Pair of lawn tickets to see Tim McGraw this Thursday, July 23rd, at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com. Okay, Henry, what do you have?
Yeah, Dom. So today on the side, we're asking for anyone associated with tattoos. And I would say this musical artist is definitely associated with tattoos, having them up and down his body, all over the place. Something about this musical artist. He's actually the record holder for most diamond certified singles by a solo artist in RIAA history. And he actually taught himself how to play guitar through the game Guitar Hero, playing on expert mode, and then using that expert mode knowledge and turning it into real guitar music. So I want to know this very tattooed musical artist singing Only Wanna Be With You. Want to know who this is right here. heard him say the Cowboys there instead of the Dolphins like Hootie would. He is also a Cowboys fan. Want to know this very heavily tattooed music star who is a Cowboys fan.
All right, quick vote. Do we ban Joe of Columbus from answering this?
Let's see.
Probably knows. Come on, Joe. Got to come through here. 855-839-1210. Great prize. We'll have it again tomorrow, I think. 855-839-1210.
Hey, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the Piazza Auto Group are looking to adopt a local animal shelter, and it could be yours.
You know, our friends at Piazza Auto Group believe in giving back to the communities they serve. For years, they've supported local animal shelters that work tirelessly every day to rescue, rehabilitate, and adopt homeless animals.
And we're looking for one deserving shelter to become the beneficiary of our year-round fundraising efforts, donation drives, community outreach, adoption events, and on-air support to help provide much-needed resources, all to help more animals find loving forever homes.
If you're a decision maker, volunteer, or staff member at an animal shelter or rescue organization in Philadelphia or the suburbs, we'd love to hear from you. Visit 1210wpht.com/Piazza Pets and tell us why your shelter should be selected as our partner.
Because when a community comes together, amazing things happen. Piazza Auto Group. Just visit 1210wpht.com/Piazza Pets.
Hit the road this season to watch the birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Be prepared with CHIP, free or low-cost healthcare for Pennsylvania kids and teens. From checkups to unexpected bumps and bruises and everything in between, CHIP has you covered. Don't wait until you need it. Be prepared with CHIP. Because every kid deserves quality healthcare and every parent deserves peace of mind knowing their kids are covered. CHIP, free or low-cost healthcare for kids and teens under age 19. Learn more at chipcoverspakids.com.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
When the doctor informed me that I had to be transplanted, I froze. I was in shock. Mr. Gatling was on dialysis. He had end-stage kidney failure. Transplants are some of the most complex procedures in medicine. I received a kidney transplant at Virtual Health. We are the only transplant center in South Jersey. I can stay in my own backyard. I thank them for keeping me alive.
Virtual Health, the only transplant center in South Jersey. Here for good. Learn more at virtua.org.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is exactly right. Here's today's clue.
Heavily tattooed musical artist with a lot of hit #1 singles. Want to know who this is?
All righty, let's go to John in Pennsauken. Hey, John, what's your answer today?
It sounds like Justin Bieber.
Okay, Justin Bieber really rocked yesterday at the World Cup, right?
I wouldn't say rocked.
Yeah.
Well, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
It was
kind of a
Madonna,
bummer,
Justin
wasn't it?
Bieber. My God, it was. I wonder if the citizens in New Jersey paid for that halftime show. Lauren in Huntington, I believe, somewhere. Hey, Lauren, afternoon. What's your answer?
Post Malone.
All right. We haven't heard that much, Henry. I'll put you on hold, Lauren. Enjoy the concert. Haven't heard that much about Post Malone. Am I wrong
I
about
feel like
that
he
in
has.
a while?
He kind of stepped away from more rap, songs and gotten more into guitar-esque songs, whether that's country or rock. That's where he's kind of been heading lately. And maybe that's why you don't hear as much about him anymore. He's not the same kind of artist he was, but definitely still a big artist, I'd say.
Okay. I've been, nice question today. I've been waiting all day for this. Across the area, I think it wasn't just Jersey. So maybe, but Jersey's it's shocking, Henry. Want to guess where the hot area is, where real estate home values have, as far as buying them, or they're projected anyhow. If you want to buy a home there, will go up by 4%. Where do you think that might be? Not Lemon Hill. No, not Lemon Hill. Can't be.
This is in Philadelphia or New Jersey?
Jersey.
I'll just throw out a guess. Metuchen.
That's a good one. That was a nice play. It's a stop on the New Jersey Turnpike, right? No, Camden, New Jersey.
Oh gosh.
Now, look, I'm not sure if you knew this. One of my stops in my teaching career was in Camden,
right?
Where I've talked about this kid who had a parole officer in 7th grade that I had to deal with, and he drove a motorcycle through the school one day when there was a problem there. I talked about that.
Oh, that's awesome.
I had one kid get stuck in the chimney, but the other guy with the motorcycle, Gary, I won't say his last name, God knows where
from Newtown,
was more problematic. But Camden, is it true, has made a rebound. So I was thinking of getting Luke Capelli on. We'll talk about it. Luke Capelli Jr., the head of the Camden freeholders, or whatever they call them now, on, because I do think Camden has made a pretty significant drop in crime. I think it's real. What is it they're doing that can be done more in places like Philadelphia? I mean, that's one of the reasons the home values would go up by 4%. So are we going to see people flocking to Camden, and in what areas where they feel safe in Camden? I can remember teaching there. It was bad. Camden was worse than Philadelphia. It was Philadelphia without the upside of Philadelphia. Even in the worst of Krasner, what went on in Camden. At one point, as I remember it, it was only mid-50s or so had street signs that you could tell what the street sign was. They stole them or smashed them. You know what I mean? You didn't have street signs in Camden. So what is it they're doing where home values are going to go up 4%? I still would not consider moving to Camden. It still seems preposterous to me. But I wonder if they're going to see that fight. Now, we told you last week, big investments, and the council member over there in Kensington is trying to fight it. They call it gentrification. I don't hear people saying that about Camden. I mean, we want people to move into the Kensington area if they choose, right? So when there's a turnaround, you would think that might be the way to go. But amazing, 4% increase. All right, coming up, too, I want to talk about this big interview. Look, we got to run against this guy. When pressed a bit, he doesn't know what he's doing. He's given us all kinds of stuff. Mandani. He does an interview with the New York Times, of all people. You hear this phrase all the time, Bernie Sanders and others. They don't like defining anything. They just like throwing out this crazy general stuff. Working class. Who is working class? And I know a lot of people, myself included, resent that when they throw out working. You're not working class. But then they know, wait a minute, these people are not going to like it who are our constituents. So Mandani, with a reporter in the New York Times pressing him, cannot define the very thing that he always talks about and what he's running on, the working class. Wait until you hear his final answer after all the hemming and hawing. It is pretty remarkable. Let's just say almost everyone listening then, after he's cornered, would be a member of the working class. Commissar Henry, Commissar Kirk. You guys are in it. Wait till you hear the bar he comes up with to say you're not in the working class. I'm telling you, this guy is the gift that keeps on giving, without a doubt. Let's go to Bill in Bucks. And Bill, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Bill, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon there, Dom. Sorry, I was just having a drink. I just wanted to mention that, Robert and you, Fitzpatrick is doing the best that he can. Yes, he got the teachers union, but he also got the Bucks County Police Union and the National Sheriff's Union behind him, among others. So
yeah, but wait a minute. It's unforgivable to me. Then what's his stance on school choice?
I don't know.
Okay. Bill, if you're the only Republican in the entire election coming up, that's
I know.
This is the year between the Senate and the House. It's got to be what, 200 and off the top of my head, 250 people, give or take, and you get the endorsement of the NEA. I can't vote for you. It tells me they sense that you are on their side. You can't be on their side.
Do you really want to flip that seat?
No, but Bill, I've reached the point for years. I've looked the other way. This and when he did the Punch Bowl interview, I was right there on the air.
I know.
I mean, when he said, "I'm not really a Republican. I don't go by that. I'm an independent." Why tell us that? Just let us. Why can't this man just shut up and let us try to get across the finish line with him? No, for some reason he can't do that.
Well, there's a controversy in Lower Bucks County and Falls Township about a data center, and I'm going to call his office and see what he thinks about that.
Okay.
I haven't heard anything about that. And,
I'd like to hear more
Falls Township,
Republicans. I don't even, agree with Stacy. She was on today. She wants a moratorium, not a moratorium, a pause. Bill, we're going to get on tomorrow through her office, I think, this farm where they have alternatives, 2 or 3 others, but it's more valuable for them to cut across farmland that's been in the family for 100 years.
I know. I get it. But I want to see what's going to happen here in Falls Township in Lower Bucks County.
Yeah, definitely.
About this data center. Because there's a lot of protesting going on about that right now. And Bob Harvey, who's from Falls Township, I haven't heard a word from him. So.
Yeah, at the congressional level, that's appropriate. They ought to be on record on this. What's your side, Bill?
My side is a female who's a rock and roll star. And she had talked about it in her interviews. She has tattoos on her neck, hip, lower back, arms, and ankle, and she even sells temporary tattoos modeled after her real ink. She had a hit song, I Love Rock and Roll, and was with the group, the Blackhearts, talking about Joan Jett.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's got a lot, without a doubt. 96th Street, which is very chic. I don't know if I'd say at the shore. It's the chicest place, might be the most expensive to shop in Stone Harbor. They have signs, henna tattoos there.
Yeah.
In Wildwood, I would expect it, but it's kind of a little bit different. Stone Harbor.
No, I disagree. I feel like henna tattoos are for the ritzy folk.
Okay.
Yeah, because
I haven't seen that much of it.
It screams like music festival to me.
I see.
Like,
okay.
You're spending hundreds of dollars to go
rationale.
see, a multi-day music festival. You're probably going to get a henna tattoo.
All right, coming up. What is Mandani saying, his definition of the working class? But I have to commend the New York Times. Really gave him a workout on this. And your calls. We only need 2 winners this week, today and tomorrow, and then we'll have the big prize for you tomorrow afternoon. Hit us with something associated with tattooing or a person connected with it. That's all straight ahead. Talk Radio 1210. Let me tell you, first of all, though, you should get ready to unwrap your best health during the Rescue Natural Supplements Christmas in July sales event with savings up to 73% off. That's right, the season of giving is making a huge summertime comeback. with site-wide slash pricing on over 50 research-backed formulas crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. From high-intensity omega-3s, doctor-recommended cholesterol balance to mobility, gut health, and even advanced cognitive support, now is the perfect time to take advantage of serious discounts and discover why thousands have trusted Rescue's quality and value for over 40 years. So celebrate Christmas in July with sale prices and save up to 73% off for a limited time. 73%. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant at 826-ALIVE. You won't regret giving yourself the gift of finally feeling your best. Again, that's 800-262-5483 or online at res-q.com for up to 73% off. Do it now.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
See Joe Conklin, Ray Didinger, and Glenn Macnow count down the greatest moments in Philly sports at the Ocean City Music Pier, Thursday, August 6th. Get tickets at joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless-leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 267-223-7162 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 267-223-7162 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 267-223-7162 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinic treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 267-223-7162.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, the hits continue. Tom Giordano Show. Welcome in from the shore. I'll be with you tomorrow, too. We got some great people lined up, and I think we have those tickets again for Tim McGraw. Justin Bieber is an answer today. Oh, my God. Is Camden really made an astonishing comeback? Somebody said, well, check out the murder rate. Henry, can you just I thought they had almost no murders. But, I don't have it in front of me where I am. Over the last, calendar year, I'm not sure this year if there are any or not.
Last year there were only 12 homicides.
Okay. Do we have this year's? Or they maybe don't calculate?
Yeah, I don't know if we have that yet.
Yeah, I don't know even 12, though, for a city that size. Last that I remember, it was around 70,000 people, maybe even fewer. So I'm not sure if that's a good number or not.
It's their 40-year low, so.
Okay. All right, so maybe the guy's saying check their homicide rate. It's good, I guess. Would you move to Camden? This is it is stunning. Yeah, I think maybe. Now, there's baggage here. You remember with Lou, the last time he went off the reservation several times and was attacking President Trump. So there's that. Should Trump get, Henry, I think we may do this, and I'll ask him, should President Trump get any credit for this? I'm seriously saying that.
Yeah.
Because Camden, let's face it, by my, who in the world would be able to get, but if you ask me some towns, some places in our area where there was a good bit of illegal immigrants, wouldn't Camden, what would be the number one place I would think of? And I'll tell you, that's a pretty easy one. Mushroom farms. That area. Over in Chester County. Per capita, I'm talking about. But I would say Camden ranks up there. So does Trump get some credit for that, closing the border? We hear nationally, I think there's some fair point to be made, that helps with taking people to be more circumspect, not as much violence, etc. And we've taken a lot of people that have committed all kinds of crimes off the streets and deported them. Yeah, so I think it'd be worthy. I think this is a story. I commend them. 4% up. That is an astounding number. What are they doing, though? And has what the Trump administration and federal law enforcement been doing aided and abetted that? Let me go to Michael in Wilmington. And, Michael, you are next on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Michael.
Hey, Dom. How are you, my good sir? Good to talk with you from the Jersey Shore today.
Thank you very much.
There?
Yep. Working on the tan here between breaks. And trying not to look out the window and seeing the ghastly tram cars come up and down with that big truck in the front of it. I just, oh, my God.
Even, Dom, I grew up going to the Jersey Shore most of my whole life, and to see that tram car now with that, it's kind of heartbreaking because it's such a nostalgic thing, and the sound, and it's just synonymous with the Jersey Shore, especially with Wildwood on the boardwalk. To me, it's an abomination. It was really so disappointing that they changed it. I don't know why they did it. Terrible.
Well, they said it's costly, and that's why they went with the electric vehicle stuff. But there are some that don't have the giant truck pulling it down there. They have it's like a rock band. Some of them are like a rock band with at least one member of the original band, 3 that came along that never were part of it. But you can't put all of them up there with the giant truck and call it the tram car. Got to call them out.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely, Dom. Well, I want to get right to my side. And one of the first things I thought of when I thought of what's synonymous with tattoos on the side is I thought of those real famous traditional Yakuza tattoos from Japan, the ones that are like the full body with the koi fish and the dragon symbol and the tigers. And really because they're so famous because they cover each one covers almost the entire arm, the whole back, the leg, and they're very, very synonymous. And also, I think I remember they are put in a certain way where they're kind of like hand poked, where basically the tattoos are done by very special hand poking, not with like the gun in traditional tattoos, but they're very famous for that. So, but anytime you see like mafia movies in Japan or like Japanese movies, you always hear about these famous Yakuza tattoos, very like defiant symbols or underworld loyalty. And I always found them fascinating in the Japanese art world. So yeah, my side are the Yakuza tattoos from Japan.
Very nice. Great answers today on this. Gary in Newtown, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Dom. How are you? Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
If you don't mind, in light of Bill from Bucks County, one of my fellow citizens here in Lower Bucks County, can I change my answer from what it was? I was going to go something funny. I don't think anybody else is going to have it. But Fitzpatrick put into my brain the first disappointment for me as a voting Republican was read my lips, no new taxes. And then as soon as he gets into the office, what does George Bush do? He increases the taxes. That was
Gary,
my first
you know what?
disappointment.
Not as a side, but in your honor, that's such a great thing. It will give us a chance. I've never done that because Republicans, I would argue, have let us down more than Democrats have let their side down. I might ask tomorrow, see if we have our top 10 moments, the no new taxes, read my lips, yes. And we see what they did. People did not forget that. It was unforgivable. So far, Trump has avoided the unforgivable. But Brian Fitzpatrick, this thing with the NEA, Gary, imagine the only Republican running out of the 250. That's the only one they could endorse. That tells you something about him.
He was. I was in disbelief when he said it. Like, oh my God, okay, great. This is what we need coming out of the 1980s or 1970s. And then what do we get? We get, oh, we're going to increase your taxes. I'm like, what?
Yeah, I'm putting that on the sheet tomorrow, and I bet everybody crawls. It's a good way to get all these demons out. Everybody crawls with one where they go, oh my God, how much are we expected to take?
Dom, if you don't mind, my second biggest disappointment was President Obama. I didn't vote for him. But when he jumped the gun, every time he could jump the gun and be wrong, he did a disservice to the race relations that were already moving in a positive way and set them back 10, 20, maybe 30 years. It's disgusting.
Well, and he went on the apology
of a lifetime to join us together and blew it.
When he went on the apology tour, apologizing for Americans.
Oh, my
One
God.
thing to tweak it, that apology tour, though. So, Gary, to be clear, your side is?
My side is President George Bush. No, read my lips, no more taxes.
All right. I don't see the tattoo element in there, Henry. Am I wrong?
Correct. You're absolutely.
Yeah.
There's nothing
Yeah.
close.
I don't know about that one, yeah.
But you know what? I like that one as kind of a therapy. I put it on my list for tomorrow. At some point, I'll ask you, what's the thing? Henry, I saw another good one, too. Have you seen the Phillies Field of Dreams uniforms?
Yeah, I was showing Kirk them earlier.
Yeah, and people think they're better. Anything's better than the Friday night uniform, right?
Oh, yeah, totally.
It's a softball team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looked like they were in jeans out there.
Yeah, when do they play? You know what?
August
Now, wait a
16th,
minute.
I
You
believe.
skipped over the good part. I would condone a nice jeans wearing on a Friday night. That'd be a hot item.
Yeah, no thanks. Maybe on Dom Giordano Day they
that's right. Yes.
the ballpark.
Yes. Yeah. When do they play?
I believe it's August 16th.
Okay, rolling them out already. All right.
Oh yeah, you got to get the pre-orders up. Come on.
It's it's a great side question every time we've done it. Something nostalgic, something that people are nostalgic for, because nostalgia done right, if you're on the mark of it, really, really hits people. They buy stuff, they think about it, they want it,
Totally.
Yeah, and Field of Dreams is
just
one of those big moments. So the fence is regulation there or not?
Oh yeah,
they are.
No, 100%. Yeah.
All right.
No, it's a nice stadium. It's got the cornfield all around it. Yeah, it's a full stadium.
And I'll give full details. I don't know, tomorrow. DJ has secured those tickets again. I don't feel bad because we're not in the 1%, right behind the home plate. There is a little bar. There's 2 rows of the 1%. And then we're in the row. We put our hand on the bar for the 1%.
Are you talking about what, at Citizens Bank Park?
Yeah,
Diamond
for the
Club?
Yankees game on Sunday night.
Oh, nice. That's awesome.
Yeah. But, the people in the 1% row, there's always a metric, and I'm bringing up Mandani with this, maybe get to it tomorrow. They bring them all kinds of delicacies. Would you like more of this? And I'm not ordered. I mean, they give you stuff. If you're in the row that we're in, You get a nice seat, Diamond Club, right behind home plate, and they give you $30 to spend in the commissary.
Mm-hmm. And they bring it to you, right?
No, you got to go and get
really?
that.
No,
you're not the 1%.
When I sat there, that was years and years ago. I was in middle school, but they brought stuff to us.
And what were you got to be in the first two rows?
I wasn't in that creme de la creme, kind
Okay.
of seating certain lawyers sit in. But yeah, we were just in there.
Oh, I'm surprised.
Maybe they changed. I mean, this was like
I think they
13
changed
years
it.
ago.
It's still awfully nice. And John Middleton, I think I told you, sat right down there in front of us. And I told DJ, come on, DJ, now don't get into an eruption about trades and all. Why did you trade Jay Buhner? DJ was calm, but he got his picture with him and everything. Oh my God, John Middleton. What a down-to-earth, nice guy listening to the fans. I mean, he may have taken 75 pictures. I don't know how many owners do that. And I didn't hear anybody hollering at him, why did you trade, anything like that. It was pretty good. All right, 855-839-1210. It is the lightning round. Hit us with something associated with tattoos. That's next on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
I'm not voting for the character or the integrity or whatever he may lack. I want closed borders. I want a good economy. I want low crime. I want free speech. Everything that the MAGA platform is, that's what I want for this country. If a politician is your role model and idol, you're probably looking down the wrong avenue, right? Athletes, politicians, entertainers. I tell my daughters, Taylor Swift's not your role model. Your parents should be your role model.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Anthony Gambone and Denise Gambone from Royersford, Pennsylvania. With the market near record highs, now's the time to become part of the Crash Proof family.
You're guaranteed to not lose any principal, and you're cheering the stock market to go up because it means you make more money.
That's the beauty of the Crash Proof system. I've made money, and I haven't paid for anything. You secure your nest egg, then it's compounded the next year. There is real growth.
Since Tony and I came to Crash Proof Retirement, we have made a substantial amount of money. And if you live in the Limerick, Linfield, Phoenixville area, come out to the Crash Proof event at the Copperfield Inn. You will not be disappointed to see what Crash Proof Retirement has to offer.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Celebrate Christmas in July and save at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on monogram appliances. Featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability, you'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
It is the lightning round. Something associated with tattooing. By the way, if you're in the folding pizza camp, Guy Shiranki striking a blow against that. Check my Twitter at DomShow1210 at DomShow1210. You'll see the outrageous folding of this big piece of pizza in Naples. If they really do that, I renounce them. I renounce going to Italy anymore.
It's even more than like a slice. It's a personal pizza, and they fold it up like it's a crate.
Yes,
it's crazy.
Yes, multiple sides of folding and all this. We enjoyed all the places there, but Henry, Naples got a little reputation there. After dark, don't be in downtown Naples. So that's what people were saying. The Sicily part of it, though, if you ever have a chance to go to it, just stunning. And the weather, we were there in early November. It was like 70, 72, 74 degrees. So, and conservative tours, of course. Xenos, now, never been, I have been to Greece. That's right. It was Greece and Egypt trip. This one I did by myself. And I got to say, Greece was the superior country. What else am I going to say? The diners in downtown Athens are unbelievable. Hey, Zenos in Upper Darby. Afternoon, Zenos.
Good afternoon, Dom, and you're absolutely right. Greece is a nice country. I've never been there. Only
Wait
one
a
time
minute,
when
you've
I
never
was
been
born.
to Greece?
Breaking news.
Yeah, I was never there. I was born there, but since then I've never been back. My mom, but it is very beautiful. And right next door is our brothers and sisters, Italy. So
yeah.
And even I heard even down there in Athens, you know, after hours in certain spots, man, you got to get out of town. You got to hop on the bus, Gus. Yeah, in some of those places, especially they know who you are just by looking at you. So mine is with tattoos. If you remember Moby Dick with the movie and the book with Gregory Peck, there was an Indian that had all these symbols and he was tattooed, you know, in the movie. And those symbols meant something. And even, you know, I have to come to Drew. Drew said the right thing. The anchor in ancient Greece, the anchor was a sign of good luck and the ship's wheel.
Absolutely.
So,
Thank you, Zenos. I got you for that. That is a good one. Richard in Summerdale. Hey, Richard, thinking about you today when I had the representative on about pumping your own gas.
Oh, did you? I didn't hear that. It was at the doctor's office today.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But anyway, one thing I wanted to bring up, too, was about voter ID. And everybody wants the photo IDs on their license or whatever to show that you're a legal citizen and everything. I think they should have a fingerprint or eye scan to identify. There's a lot of people, you know, doppelgangers and a lot of family members do look a lot alike, and they can, you know, fill in for somebody else, you know, twins and things like that. But I think they should go with a better ID than just a picture.
Okay, I'm going to tell Scott Presler we got to get busy on the doppelganger bill.
Yeah.
All right, Richard, what's your answer?
Well, Groucho Marx, because Groucho Marx made a song many years ago called Lydia the Tattooed Lady. Lydia, Lydia, Lydia the Tattooed Lady.
All righty, nicely played. Thank you, Richard. Earl of Tacony, Talk Radio 1210. What's yours, Earl?
I'm surprised Zenos did the Three Dog Night song by Hoyt Axton. They had a song called I've Never Been to Heaven, but I've Been to Oklahoma. They tell me I was born there, but I really don't remember. And it's like, well, that's the song, except it's Greece and not Oklahoma.
Yeah, exactly.
But my answer is a lot of people like their work. A lot of people like their boss. I'm pretty sure you and Greg Stocker are just, best of buddies. But I'm pretty sure that you don't have a tattoo of Greg Stocker on your back. However, Roger Stone does
working on that. That's working.
His boss,
That's right.
Richard Nixon on his back.
And guess what? When we did the Roger Stone book over in Pittman, he took it off backstage and showed us all those. That's exactly right. That's a good one.
He's still in the news, but that's what he's known for.
All right, yeah. Imagine the full tattoos of Richard Nixon in the full stance, the victory stance. All right, Kirk, who did you like today?
I got to go with my ladies' man, Phil from Delaware, with the tramp stamp.
He kind of got off. Yeah, we had to cut the sleeve and the stamp and the whole thing.
Exactly.
I got Henry, what do you say?
Yeah, that was a good one. There's so many good ones there. I liked Robert's answer, Vote the Iceman, Kevin and Bucks with Memento. I really loved Michael Wilmington's answer with the Yakuza. And then Earl there at the end with massive Nixon tattoo on Roger Stone's back.
That is a very good one. I'm going to go with Phil today, too.
All right, Phil.
Hopefully you'll be calmer tomorrow on issues like that. Right. Yes. So, Phil, we'll put your name into the hat tomorrow, round 2. And we only have 2 rounds this week due to me being off a few days. So you'll have a chance at a great prize tomorrow with that. We got a great guest list already working on. And Camden, is it real? What's happening there? Follow me on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. And check out that Naples pizza. You're right, Henry. It's like a personal pan pizza. They're folding.
Yeah.
I don't know. Somehow or another, Italy, I don't know they're the real Italians. We're not. They got a lot of stuff backward. They do call it sauce, among other things.
It seems
Yes.
like almost like an American tourist trap. I feel like that's where I'd see that. I wouldn't expect that from Italy at all.
No, not at all. Next, we'll be saying the women are not as attractive. That's outrageous. All right, it's the afternoon show coming up for 3 big hours. Thanks for listening today. Back with you tomorrow. All of that